Okay. Because, yeah, my feed just entirely... Yeah, our feed, like, totally crashed.
Yeah.
So, assume we're going to slide into feed 2. There we go. That is true. Camel Trophy. We are back here. Chris Warden, Jake Jackson at the fabulous Jackpot Ultras, presented by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. Thank you to the city of Henderson, Nevada, for being so gracious to host the Jackpot event, one that has been going on annually since 2014, originally created by the one, the only, the incomparable Ken Rubley. The event is still going strong over a decade later, and this year's event is potentially going to be marked by some world records.
Yeah, it's been a fast year. I mean, I think some of it has to do with the weather. We had very good weather for the runners this year.
Yep.
Didn't get past, I don't know, 55 was maybe the high. And we did have a little bit of a breezy start this morning, but the winds have died down. And, yeah, it's been perfect for the runners.
Oh, Trish is in the chat. So great to see Trish out there. And as we mentioned, we have some world record chases going on right now. Let's go around the horn and update you on what is happening here in both the front of the men's and women's field. In the men's field, there is a wide gap between race leader Raj Panu and the field. Raj is getting to the point where he's got to be smelling the barn. He is less than 15 miles out at this point. It just seems way too early to be 15 miles out at this point. He is at mile 85.8. So basically,
13 more loops for him to go.
yep. And that was in 9:48.18. And currently an overall 6:51 pace, his most recent paces. Were about a 7:13. If he was to run that, he'd be looking at about if he's able to maintain a 7:13, he's looking about an 11:35, maybe about 11:32.
Awesome.
So, Raj Panu, that would fall just short of the American standard of 11:19 and change set by Zach Bitter. But still the second fastest time in American history.
Good PR for him, too. I mean,
Uh-huh.
anytime you're shaving, 10, 15, 20 minutes off of 100 miles, it's a big jump.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Raj being a young, fit, talented runner with many years of prime running to go, it's pretty exciting to see. He's definitely trending in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. This year has been a bit of a redemption race for him. He's done, this will be the third year he's run it. First year he came out kind of new to doing 100 milers. It might have been his first 100 miler.
I think it was.
Yeah. Did,
Because he's only done 3 to this point, I
right.
think, yeah.
Last year had some trouble with his shoe selection. And this year, yeah, he's come back and he's trying to make a statement here. And I think he's definitely going to.
Yeah, you raised a good point that, last year as a result of the shoe issues, he was not able to call himself a USATF 100-mile champion. And this year, if everything holds to form and he finishes fairly strong, he is going to be able to do so. On the women's race, the talk of it has been about Ashley Pollson. Ashley Pollson, a couple weeks ago on social media, called her shot in terms of what she wanted to do. And what she wanted to do was aim high and declare that she was going for the 100-mile world record. And at this point, over 80 miles in, it is absolutely within her grasp.
Yeah.
Ashley is 81.1 miles in, so less than 19 miles to go.
We have some 6-hour racers going to start their race here at 6 p.m. Have some fresh legs out on the course.
So Ashley is currently pacing a 7:18 pace, as we mentioned. It's been about 2 miles since the last time we saw 7:14, so
Yeah.
2 minutes or 2 seconds per mile slower. That, as far as she's concerned, that's probably fine, because the current world record is 12:37.04, set by Katrina Jennings last year at Tunnel Hill, and in order to beat that, Ashley has to maintain an 8:46 mile the rest of the way. And as she's running a 7:18-ish pace, her most recent mile looked like it was about a 7:38, so a little bit slower. I didn't see if she made a quick pit stop or anything like that, but she's been moving really well for the most recent miles. As long as she's able to maintain a 7:30 the rest of the way, she's going to come in like a 12:15, 12:20 type of pace.
I'll say it now, I don't even think it's a matter of if she's going to break, it's by how much, I think.
I'm
she's
inclined to
looked
agree.
so strong all day long.
I mean, one of the things, Jake, that I am notorious for is a high reluctance to call my shot when it comes to, like things like records and things like that. So I if it sounds like I'm hedging, it's absolutely because I'm hedging. So, but no, I mean, if I were pressed to say, do I think Ashley Pollson is going to break the world record here? I'd say yes.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
And as confident as I am about Ashley Pollson's chances to break the world record,
The other top female.
if you were forced to bet your entire paycheck on one runner breaking a record today, I think it would be Stella Springer.
Yeah.
Stella is pacing to break the world record for 55 to 59 age group women by over 2 hours.
Yeah. Which is wild to even hear that.
Yeah, I mean, to potentially be able to knock 2 hours off of a 100-mile world record is really kind of an unbelievable thing to say. I mean, that's you just don't hear that. I mean, that record actually was established in, looks like, April 2024. So it's been about 18 months. So it's a fairly recent vintage record. But what Stella's doing here is pretty amazing.
And Stella's PR from just a year ago beat that record. So
by almost 90 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, no. What Stella's doing here is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, the last time we saw Stella go by, she was walking, eating some noodles. So hopefully she got some good nutrition down and is back to running. We haven't seen her come by recently. She had said or told me before the race if she made it to mile 60 and that she would know by then if she was going to be able to push to the end. And she was looking great even at mile 60. So. Here we go. 6 hour start.
6 hour start. You want to go grab a bib, Jake, and
I
join
know,
in? You're
jump
more
in
than
there.
welcome to.
Heck no, I'm glued to see this finish go through.
That's the start of the 6 hour, which started at 6 p.m. local time. Will run till midnight. Thanks to those of you joining us on Mountain Outpost.
I'd love to know how many of these 6-hour runners had a full day at work and just got their running clothes on or just out to do a 6-hour run after work.
I would assume probably quite a few of them.
Really starting to hear the geese
Yeah.
coming home.
Well, they're probably not used to this much action in
Right.
the park.
They're like, why are you guys all here? We're ready to go to bed.
Right? What are you
Get
doing in
outta
our
here."
home?
It's funny. I've run this race 4 times, and now anytime I hear geese flying by, I always think of this race. So that's how big of an impact they had.
Well, you talked about earlier, mentioning what they do to the course itself.
Right,
And
yeah.
adding some degrees of, not necessarily degrees of difficulty, but degrees of disgust. Making their mark on the course in their own way. So Stella has hit mile 67.5 at the 10-hour and 28-second mark. Has slowed down a little bit. As we mentioned, you saw her having a bit of a dinner break, but in order to establish a new age group world record, just needs to maintain a 12:44.
Yeah.
So for a 50K, basically needs to run a 6:53 50K, or about a 7-hour 50K, a little bit less than that. I guess more like 6:45 50K. But moving really well. Of all of the 2 runners that are chasing world records, definitely has the bigger cushion to work with. If Stella's able to maintain, even like a 9:30 pace, she's gonna blow the previous.
It'd literally
mark
be
out
a
of the water.
shuffle for her not to break this record.
Yeah, like short of walking it entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she could even do a walk-run if it came absolutely down to it,
Yeah. And also, one of the things, Jake, is that, Stella's PR last year was 15:29. Let me see what it would take for her to replicate that this year, or to improve upon that, because that would be interesting. She would just need to maintain a 10:07 pace the rest of the way in order to PR. And she is absolutely capable of doing that.
Ashley going by right now. Still getting lots of cheers. She's got lots of fans out here.
Oh, yeah, she does.
Lots of fans.
I mean, on site, the most popular runner in the USATF 100 mile.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
There's a couple of runners across all the distances that get cheers from everybody every time they go by. Ashley, Andy Glaze, and Trayson.
Right.
But in terms of the 100-mile, Ashley is just.
It looks like Ashley did put a waist belt on so she could see a little bit better on that back end.
Yeah, I think that's a prudent thing. I know that in runs past, the leaders typically don't throw anything on, because you can see over there, and you can see, actually, Jake, compared to years past, there is a string of lights set up on the far side.
Yeah. And I haven't been down there this year, but in the past there have been spots where, say you're trying to get around another runner and maybe you're not used to running in that exact area, that you might step in an area that has a little bit of a divot. It's not perfectly flat over
No.
there, so maybe the runners just want to have that extra,
There's a little bit of a dirt stretch over
Right,
there.
yeah.
Absolutely.
just to be on the safe side.
Thanks to those of you who've been tuning in with us all day here in Henderson, Nevada, in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip. We'll see if we get any spicy drone action with the strip in the background. That was a shot that we captured last year with the runners in the foreground and the strip, including the sphere in the background.
Yeah.
It was pretty neat. Have you been to the sphere for anything
I have
yet?
not, no.
Same. I've contemplated going to go see the Wizard of Oz there.
Okay.
I think that'd be a lot
know
of fun.
Metallica, one of my most favorite bands, might have a residency there, so I would love to go
yeah.
see them there.
That would be
Yeah.
really good. I haven't seen Metallica live since, oh my goodness, how old am I? I've only seen them live once, and it was during the Lollapalooza they headlined.
Okay,
So
yeah.
that would have been right after Load came out.
Okay.
So you're talking 96? So it's been
Right.
30 years since I've seen Metallica.
Yeah, we got tickets to their recent concert out in L.A. They did a two-day show, Friday and Sunday, when they were on tour, and the sound wasn't the best at that venue. I don't know. We were hearing reports that a lot of their the sound wasn't great the higher you got up in the stadiums, so it wasn't like what I had hoped, but it was still unbelievable seeing them.
Oh, yeah. No, they're amazing live.
And I think it was like a 30-year gap from the time that I saw them beforehand. So, yeah, it was amazing.
They did, a pair of stadium shows down in Phoenix in their recent tour, and I thought about going. I ended
Yeah.
up not, but that is the far side of the course. You can see where we're positioned on the far side across the lake here at Cornerstone Park.
You just barely make out the light coming off the Luxor, about center screen, just
Yep.
faintly in the distance.
When I was getting picked up I went to dinner last night on the Strip and got an Uber ride to Henderson. You know, one of the things that's so amazing about the Strip is, like, if you're not familiar with it, and I've been to the Strip probably a dozen times,
Yeah.
but I've only driven there like twice. Like the idea of, like, which direction you're going, it's so easy to get turned around
Oh,
with
yeah.
all those buildings.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you're not on the main strip itself, like if you're in the roads in between,
Right.
or the architecture in that area is so overwhelming if you're not familiar with it.
And here comes Ashley into the screen, moving. Good grief, she is
Yeah.
still moving great.
I think that she realizes that she is on the cusp of something pretty amazing here at this point. The closer she gets, the more we'll check in. Of course, we mentioned Raj Panu leading the men's race. There's Jordan Camastro right there. Pete Castellnik.
Pete, yep. Still running strong.
Yeah, Pete shooting for a PR. Has come oh so close to breaking 14 hours multiple times. His PR is 14:03. Speaking with his partner Lindsay, she said that his goal was to break 14 and have that 13XX.
Yeah, and it wasn't his recent PR set not too long ago.
Yeah, it was last
Last
year
year,
at
yeah.
Racing Kansas, I believe. Like the Prairie State.
Prairie Spirit, yeah.
Prairie Spirit, yeah.
1402, so.
And this is, of course, after, an auto accident that really, I as a friend, I wondered if we were ever going to see Pete run
Right,
again.
yeah. Definitely a scary incident.
Yeah, and he's been able to not only survive but thrive with his, his running career resuming.
Right.
And and he's in a different phase now of his running career. That he, of course, was associated with Hoka for many years. Was a professional runner with them, and he and Hoka went their separate ways at the end of 2025. And it was kind of funny. I saw Pete after the race, and I said, "Hey, so what's next for you?" And I was meaning like on a life grand scheme of things kind of mentality, and his response was Jackpot. Like he was totally like, I'm just gonna go and run.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like a lot has changed with him. I mean, he's still wearing Hokas,
right?
So, and he had nothing but good things to say about his relationship with Hoka, and the many years that it spanned.
Yeah, there's very few runners that have that like legacy status with these shoe companies these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Carl Meltzer obviously is one of them that'll probably be with Hoka forever just because of the shoe being named after him. And, but there was guys when I was starting to learn how to run these 100 miles, Pat Reagan was a long-time Hoka person.
Yeah.
Sage Canaday is still running for Hoka, and he's been with them for a very long time.
I want to say Sage and Pete were like the OG Hoka guys that I remember.
Yeah.
Of course, Sage had an amazing run last weekend at Black Canyon.
Eighth place, I believe, right?
In that field.
Oof. And he was in the teens at one point and battled back. Great to see him running him well again.
Yeah, Sage had pulmonary embolism a couple of years ago. He was very public about his battle to get back to it, and he's had back-to-back top 10 finishes at Golden Ticket races in the fall and early this year. So.
He's another one, he came out to Fat Ox to try to make the 24-hour team.
Oh, yeah.
He's another one I'd like to see at this race.
He, that Fat Ox experience was a learning experience for him. I do remember him being like, whoa.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, Sage Canaday, I think that he would acquit himself very well here.
Yeah. We did see Stella just running again, so she's back to running, which is good to see.
We can hear, we've actually closed up our walls here to keep in a little bit more heat. But we could hear outside, and Ashley Pollson definitely still, got all the vibes out there.
Looks like Raj has 10 more laps left, so he's closing in on that finish.
So as somebody who's done this race and a lot of these 100-mile and road and track events, how's the end game feel? Like, what is going through your mind as a competitor, as an experienced participant in these? Like, where and at these levels, Jake. Like, where's your head at? I mean, Raj has the win. Yeah, firmly in place as long as he stays upright and keeps moving. But,
it's all about just finding that last little bit of motivation to keep pushing. I mean, when you're chasing times like he is right now, he may not be able to set the American record this time, but I'm sure he's still thinking about how close can I get to that time.
For sure,
you know. And once you get down into the single digits with this race, it's go time. You got to just leave it all out there. Still
a lot of people in the course too to kind of be to feed that energy, that motivation from as well. It's not like he's on a race like maybe a Tunnel Hill or something like that where you're all by yourself.
Right.
Like at no point is Raj more than 100 feet away from anybody on this course.
And I mean, besides Rory running with him, he's pretty much been time trialing this It's
Yeah.
like him and Ashley. It's just been a time trial, and it's very hard to run fast when you don't really have somebody there to help push you or someone to motivate you to run faster. And
Yeah.
yeah, and he's done that, consecutively for the past 2 years. So it's not his first time doing it, but it's still hard to dig deep when there's really nobody there to push you. It's you against the course, basically.
Yeah. That is the pit row through which the runners run after crossing under the start-finish line timing mat. This stretch is probably maybe about a little bit more than 1/10 of a mile, where all the crews and assistants that the runners have for themselves is set up, and there are a couple spots on the other side, like prior to the start-finish line, but far more of it comes behind the aid station area.
Yeah. This race is always kind of tricky at night because, especially towards the end, when you want to be done, you leave the crew area and you're on the kind of no man's land on the other side of the lake, and you can actually look over and hear the music, see the start-finish line, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I would love to be on that other side right now, but.
Yeah, that would be.
It makes that last loop that much sweeter when you can get over there and say, "This is the last time I have to be over here." And yeah.
So Raj, he's on his 74th loop at this point. In order to hit 11:30, it looks like Raj might have to start to move a little bit quicker. Would need to run a 6:47 pace. He's been running 6:55. I think a more accurate split is going to be or accurate finish maybe be 11:35, which would require him to hold a 7:09 the rest of the way. Although he's currently holding a 7:23 at this point. But I do believe that we will see, once he gets down into the single-digit mile-wise, that he is going to push just a bit harder. So I could see him having, miles 90 to 100 be a faster split. That would not surprise me in the least. Ashley Pollson looks like has slowed down somewhat, but still moving quite well. 9, let's see. So Ashley needs to average an 8:59 to establish a new world record. Her last lap was at 7:42, and again, I think that same thing will happen once Ashley gets closer. She might be able to dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Maybe 12:20 is in the cards if she runs. If she were to run a 12:20. She would need to average a 7:55 the rest of the way, which is quite reasonable.
It's doable. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't even think she's hit a 7:50 during the race that she wasn't, not stopping for a bathroom break or something. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
I also want to give a shout out to the top 5 in both the men's and women's races. We've been focusing on 3 individuals in particular, but, Raj Panu in first in the men's race. Scott Munson, somebody we were not familiar with at all.
He's held strong, all day.
Yeah. In second, Edher Ramirez has moved up to third. Silent assassin Chad Lacader has moved his way back up to fourth. He slipped down a little bit there.
A little bit.
But back up into fourth, and Pete Castellnik rounding out the top 5. In the women's race, Ashley Pollson out to a big lead. I believe that her winning the race, as long as she finishes, is pretty much a fait accompli at this point. But then things get a little bit interesting. There's been a lot of jockeying in the women's race, and your 2, 3, 4, 5 are all within about a lap and a half of one
Yeah.
another. And that's Kaylee Frederick, Janelle Stark. Kaylee Frederick, 21 years old. Actually, is that Kaylee right there, I believe? Might be. No, that wasn't Kaylee. I know she had a blue top on earlier, but Kaylee Frederick, Janelle Stark, who was on the 24-hour national team. Jenny Arnson has moved into 4th place, and Stella Springer rounding out the top 5. Stella, as we mentioned, chasing the age group world record. She has a 50K to go, and it's actually going to be kind of fun to see what her pace needs to be for that last 50K, because she's moving so well. So the 69.3 mark, she was at 10:18. So she basically needs to run a 6:36 50K.
Okay.
In order to break the record. Basically maintain a 12:55 pace the rest of the way. And we're of the mindset that Stella's capable of much more at this point. Her PR, I would say, would be a more interesting goal. I mean, her PR is 15:29. She would need to maintain a 10:08 pace, and she, again, currently is at an 8:55. I don't know what was her most recent estimated pace, 9:44. That might be what we're looking at. We might be seeing Stella in the 15:25 to 15:35 range.
Yeah.
Like, she's going to be fighting hard to PR this race. Another runner that was looking to PR this race as well, Pete Castellnik. Again, in the top 5 of the men's race. Pete's current PR, we mentioned, was 14:03. We'll do some quick math once I can pull up his current status, see if he's got a chance to break his PR. Pete being a part of this sport for many, many years, multi-time Badwater champion, former course record holder, cross-country runner extraordinaire.
Yep.
Transcon, yes. I got to remember the nomenclature. So Pete is, he's got less than a marathon to go. He at mile 74.6, and he's in 5th. And it's still only like 6:25 p.m.
It's been a fast one.
Yeah.
Stella going through, looking strong still.
So Pete, in order to PR, needs to maintain an 8:42 pace. He's been running an 8:18. So looking like he's in good shape. His straight line, actually I had that marked for a 13:59.59 because he wants to break 14 hours. But a straight line pace the rest of the way would be a 13:49.56. So he's got about 10 minutes to play with.
Okay.
So that's Ashley Pollson still holding about 20 minutes ahead of her original goal, about 27 minutes ahead of world record pace with like 15 miles to go.
That's crazy. She's finished this race and before in the past and looked like she hadn't even run.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what she looks like after this race. If she just really drains the tank, notoriously has been just a very bubbly, happy, talkative person at all of her races. To see her really finish and not have any energy left would be kind of cool to see. You would
She's
know
human.
That she's definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen Ashley. I mean, you saw her here at Jackpot. I also saw her across the years when she ran like a 15:10, and she was still bouncing at that point.
And you think, well, how much left did you have in you to go even harder?
Well, maybe this is the answer.
Maybe we'll see.
Because she seems like she's so full of energy even still.
Yeah.
This is the one point where we may see her completely, drain the tank and be and that's frankly, if she's not blown up and completely drained by the time, and she breaks a world record.
Yeah.
You'd be like,
That's
what
even
the
more
heck?
scary.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that at this point, and I think she would want to because, like, if you're going for a world record, don't leave anything on the table.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But this also, you know, I mean, like,
And maybe that's just her superpower, you know? She just uses all that positive energy, and it's in her no matter if she's dead tired or not, you know?
yeah, and you know, and we both had the opportunity to speak with her crew chief and partner Matt. I mean, dude he's having a blast out there.
He's having fun.
He doesn't seem stressed at all.
No.
He's all smiles and he's following along with her paces and everything, and just as we are. But yeah, we're seeing some pretty great running here by the front of both the men's and women races. So Kaylee Frederick, our 21-year-old, grizzled veteran of the ultra running scene, of course, because even though Kaylee can barely order a drink at this point, odds are if you're watching this, she's been running ultras longer than you.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
She started at the age of 14 with her ultra running journey. So she is at mile 71.7, and currently that was at the 10:22:45 mark. That's pacing for a straight line split would be a 14:28:33. I think that I don't know what her goals were coming in, but if she was shooting for a 14:30, she's right on it at this point with under a 50K to go.
And I think it's pretty remarkable. I mean, they just ran for 24 hours at the World Championships.
Yeah.
4 months ago, let's say, and to have a turnaround like that is it's impressive.
Of course, we've also been pretty amazed by Scott Munson. This is my first time seeing him run.
Mm-hmm.
And he's acquitting himself very well in a fairly strong second place position here at Jackpot.
It's funny because Scott is somebody that I probably should have known who he was, because I had a note here that he had taken my course record at That's No Moon this past year. Got himself a silver ticket entry into AC 100 for this year. So very cool.
I would say that's a gauntlet being thrown down there, Jake. You might have to head back to That's No Moon. And how close was it? It looks like he ran a 7:48.
Yeah, he blew it out
of
of the
my.
water. Yeah, he blew it out of the water.
It looks like he got you by about 45 minutes there, Jake.
He had a good run.
Wow. Scott Munson ran a 7:48:06. I mean, you had a fantastic time, 8:32:44 for a trail 50 mile.
And apparently, he lives down the street from Stella. I did not know that.
I heard that.
Kind of weird.
Like, I thought you're all from the same state, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to know each other.
Looks like we got Pete and Chad hooking up, working together. Both members of the 24-hour team last year.
Yeah.
It's good to see them running together.
Pete in 5th, Chad in 4th. Yeah, Chad is a guy, he's finished Western States, Hard Rock in recent years.
Tour de Jeans.
Cocodona. Yeah, he's been everywhere.
He's done it. He's done everything.
Runs with Speedland.
Right. Yep. I had the joy of me and him were crewing Jeff Urbanski.
Oh yeah.
Out at Western States last year.
That's right. I saw you guys out there. Yeah.
We were the 24-hour team out there It's pretty cool.
I love seeing Jeff and Matt Urbanski at races. The two of them are quite a hoot.
Yeah.
At Desert Solstice, of course, you've seen it, but they, when they're both in a race at the same time, they tend to dress pretty creatively.
Yeah, the first year I met them, they both had some of the wildest like running tops on.
Yeah. Like
cats eating pizza and yeah.
Yeah, that's what I remember about them very vividly. That first year at Desert Solstice was the cats eating pizza tops. And of course, both of them are capable of putting up big 24-hour numbers as well.
Absolutely.
Another guy who we've seen put up. You can bring that over there if you want. Oh. Wait, you need to what?
I have to take it back.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is he trying to confiscate our coffee? Another. Hannah. Adair Ramirez. I mean, it's a misnomer to say that like he hasn't done this before because he ran here last year and topped 130 miles in 24 hours, but like it's still kind of like uncharted territory for him to do a quote flat fast 100 because he's so used to being a big time mountain runner. Finishes at Cocodona, finishes at Mogollon Monster, Mammoth. Top 5 at and podium finishes at those.
Yeah.
But Adair made it sound last weekend when I spoke to him that he was looking at maybe around 16. It's like no, you're running much faster than 16. So as a local, he's going to be able to be in bed by midnight if he finishes in 16. I think he's going to be able to go home and watch the news at this point.
Right.
He is at mile 77.6 and at the 10:30:13 mark. Yeah, he's pacing for a 13:32 finish.
Oh wow. Awesome.
That's Jake Jackson territory right there.
Come on, you need to slow down just a couple minutes. That's awesome.
Yeah, like I said, when we realized how fast he was moving, I adjusted my expected finish for him from 16 hours to 14, and in order for him to finish at a 14-hour, he's got to run a 9:22 pace.
Okay.
And he's been running an 8:07 to this point.
Good for him.
Pretty impressive. Adair Ramirez as part of our top 5. We haven't done a breakdown on Chad Lassiter's number, mainly because it's like I don't know do you know what his goals were coming in? Or?
I do not, no.
He was pretty much like just like I'm here to run.
I think he wanted a PR. That was something that he mentioned in a DM we talked a little bit on Instagram.
Do you know what his PR is? Just out of curiosity, or
I do. Where did I have that written down?
because I'll pop that in and.
I believe it is 14:48:19 that he ran at Desert Solstice in 2024.
14:48. That seems slow for him because he's pacing for a 13:49:50 at this point. I mean, runners are moving so
that was a split
well.
off a 24-hour race. So
Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know if he's ever done a flat 100-mile.
Yeah. So in order for him to break 14:48, he would need to run a 10:43 pace the rest of the way. So he's looking in good shape. And the longer into the night we go, the less time some of these runners have to blow up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're to the point now where Raj is potentially going to finish in the next hour. If he has a 9 o'clock dinner reservation, he's going to make it with time to take a shower beforehand.
He's got class to teach.
Yeah, he's got. He's got night school classes for his students.
Okay, so he let me know Chad is going after the 50 to 54 American 100-mile record, which is 14:11:37.
Oh,
Which is held by
Jonah
Jonas.
Backstrom?
Yes. So is that even in the
Interesting.
cards? It might be.
14:11:37.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's in the cards.
Oh, good.
He's 8:18 pace so far. He'd need to average a 9:12 the rest of the way.
Okay.
As I mentioned, he's on pace for a 13:49, 13:50.
There we go.
So
So we got another person we need to pay attention to.
absolutely,
Get another record.
Chad Lacader. You know,
Glad I saw that.
we talked about runners, like we wanted to see them in Mountain Outpost. We were intending to go through the top 3, but we might have to push down a little bit more. But that's because these runners are moving so quickly.
Yeah.
You know, some years the podiums on the men's and women's side don't shake out until 2 a.m. We're going to see things shake down by 11 here tonight, and probably 5 deep on both sides.
Okay.
Assuming things hold to suit. You know, I think any of these top runners who are chasing and potentially can run down a record will stick around as long as possible within reason. So. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I mean, at least I got to fill my cup back up with coffee, so. So, let's do a quick check-in on Raj and where his paces are at and where he needs to be in order to get a PR here. He's at mile 91.7. Holy cow. 91.7 and 10:35:58. That's a 6:56 pace. His current estimated pace is about a 7:16 pace, so he's slowed down a little bit. In order for him to, it doesn't look like 11:30 is in the cards, but 11:35, he needs to average a 7:07.
Okay.
So, and if he's averaging a 7:16 right now, let's kind of just inch our way up a little bit. An 11:40 would require him to keep a 7:43. So as long as, I mean, you're talking 11:35, 11:40, which would be a significant PR for him, trending in the right direction, as well as still, I mean, you know, all things considered, one of the fastest 100-milers by an American man in history.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know, that's one thing that, you know, we can't forget when going over this. Scott Munson having a breakout day too. I mean, you know, some impressive events in smaller races. Finished 8th at Angeles Crest in 2024. 8th at Kodiak. Definitely not finishing 8th here. Finished 5th at Kodiak in 2022. Some top 5, top 10 finishes at Sean O'Brien, a legacy California race. But looks like his 100-mile USATF race here is going to be, you know, him leveling up.
Yep.
And he's got about 20 miles to go.
So DJ Keen 9546 had a question for me. Why did I switch to the Brute from Coco? I went over it a little bit earlier. Basically, I was on the wait list, and with these 200 milers, they're so dang expensive. I had already signed up for Mammoth, and to sign up for Coco as well, it was just going to be a little bit too much. So I was able to get a sponsor spot through Ultraspire to run the Brute instead. So I switched. It was just a finance thing. I wanted to be a part of the race anyway, so I'll run the 100 miler and volunteer, and yeah, the next couple of days. So
We just saw Ashley Pollson go by. Ashley's day getting shorter as things go. Of course, Ashley is chasing history. She is the first place woman right now by a wide margin, second overall to Raj. So yeah, we're talking about Raj on course record pace, Ashley on world record pace,
Stella on
world record pace,
age group pace,
Chad on American record age group pace.
Right.
You know, and you talk about a runner like Pete Castellnik being on course to a PR pace. You know, when you talk about a career such as his, then you've got Kaylee Frederick, who is running one of the fastest races by an under 30 woman in history,
Right.
in American history. Now, there's a whole lot of action going on here. I mean, I'm going to be doing a write-up for Ultra Running Magazine after this race, and I don't even know where to start.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so much going on. Oh crap! I might get to write about some world records here.
Somebody in the chat asking.
There's Kaylee right there.
Right, yeah. She's still moving well. Asking what happened to Rory. He had initially come into the race planning to only do 40 to 50 miles. It was a training run for him. He's doing Mad City 100K. We were told that his coach wanted him to run with the faster people, so he signed up and basically ran with Raj for the 40 miles that he did.
They were step for step.
Out, yeah, whole time.
There was Pete, and that looked like
was
Maya
Chad
Detmer with
and
them
Maya,
too.
yes.
Yeah. I remember seeing Air Viper Racing Team member Nicole Hansen. She was running Mogi on Monster one year, and she was in the women's lead, and they came into Buck Springs Aid, which is basically like just short of the halfway point. There's Raj Panu. And when she came in, she's running right next to Pete Castellnik, and I'm like, Nicole, you probably need to. You're running really fast right now.
So a question about drug testing. Yes, I talked to the USATF official here. They will be definitely testing first male and female.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure if Stella, well, I don't know. They may not test for
If she qualified, I'm pretty
age
sure they
group
would.
world records. They will test.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
assume so. And
That
if
makes
not,
sense.
Jamil would probably like call and say you need to test.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the person's already going to be here, so I'm assuming that they will do something like that for a world record. Age group American records, they usually don't. Depends on the race, though.
Yeah. But, I mean, I know that, especially with a world record at stake, not
Okay.
just the USATF championship, that there will be testing immediately after.
Yeah. It's a good question, though, because there were a few years that they didn't have testing for the race.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's a very
yeah.
valid question.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's very expensive, and it's something that's kind of new to ultra running. It needs to be done more often, I think, for some of these races, but yeah, it's just one of those costly things.
Yeah, it is quite cost prohibitive. So, I mean, that's like why, for instance, I know that in certain races where they do have drug testing protocols, it's rather than testing everybody up and down the board, they might do like a random on the podium
Correct,
or something
yeah.
like that.
I mean, I've come in second at this race, and I've always wanted to be tested just to be able to say that I have been tested, and yeah, not yet. Kind of that badge of honor. I get tested quite a bit at work, though. I will say that. Get a lot of randoms at my work for some dang reason.
I see.
I'm literally the fittest guy probably in my my group, and I'm the one that gets tested.
Shout out Ryan in the chat. Ryan remembers that Mogan race. He is Nicole Hansen's partner. So,
Okay.
yeah, I know he remembers that race. She came into Buck Springs and looked like she was. She's obviously a very fast runner, but when I saw her, stride for stride with Pete, I was like, "Ooh, that's a spicy pace." All right, Raj is getting to be very close to the finish here. He's on lap 79.
Nice.
So basically 5.5 laps to go at this point.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what his laps start looking like. He's getting close to the end.
His estimated pace in his most recent lap was 7:20, so still moving
yeah.
really well. He looks like he's a little bit faster.
Might be picking it up just a little bit. 7:20, 7:19, 7:16, 7:15, where he was, yeah.
And Raj was visibly uncomfortable at, maybe about 10 miles ago or so.
Just, you could see that a little bit of wincing in his face as he was coming through the crew area, and yeah.
Yeah, Raj, basically in order to run an 11:35, needs to keep a 7-minute flat pace. To run an 11:40, needs to run a 7:42, so the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle there. Probably about, if he's maintaining the 7:20 pace for the remaining 7 miles, yeah, you're talking about an 11:37 or so pace.
Yeah.
And, I think in the case of Ashley, I think that there has been a little bit more of a degradation in her pace, but, it would, as long as she's able to stay on the course and keep moving forward, I think we're looking at a new women's world record here at Jackpot 2026. Wow. Not shots fired, but that's a heck of a question. RWB asking, curious to know the stories to Jake's only 2 DNFs at Coco and Black Canyon. I know the Coco story.
So I'm pretty sure I had COVID at Black Canyon, so couldn't breathe, got about halfway through it and dropped.
Mm-hmm.
And that one was one that I look back on and said, oh, you should have just walked the rest of the way. So lesson learned there. The Cocodona DNF, same thing. I went into the race sick.
How do you only have 2 DNFs? I have that per year.
Yeah, I don't. And that was also another moment where, looking back, had I probably backed off the pace early on, I probably could have gone through it. So I regretted both of those, but at the time they seemed, health issues. The first DNF was definitely something that it was just in the moment and was having trouble breathing, and probably could have just walked it out. But Cocodona was kind of rough because I knew finishing it the year before how much or what I was getting into for the rest of the race, and the way had rained and the mud, and it was like, I'm just gonna cut my losses. So
Yeah. Somebody's asking about the shoes. Yeah, that's kind of been established. As you mentioned earlier, Jake, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to just paraphrase what you were saying. Was that, the realization was not at the start of the race, and it is the responsibility of the runner to know the legality of their shoes and whether or not they adhere to USATF standards.
right, it was an easy mistake, I would say. I mean, some people would look at it like an obvious mistake, but yeah.
And it was, and again, like when by the time everybody realized, like in observation, what was going on, it's like, what do you do at this point?
Yeah.
Raj is running this, this race, and I mean, do you stop and what do? You tap him on the shoulder?
Yeah.
First of all, you got to catch up to him to do it.
I mean, reading Raj's Substack on the matter, it didn't seem to me like he intentionally went out there with shoes that were not legal.
Yeah.
They were just shoes that he had trained in and were comfortable, and didn't bother to look at the stack height. I mean, when I ran Desert Solstice 2 years ago, I was going to wear those same exact shoes because I love those shoes. They're the Skyward X.
Yeah.
And when, that race, they usually send out a declaration form that you fill out to make sure that your shoes that you're wearing are legal. And I realized, oh, wow, I cannot wear these shoes at Desert Solstice. So just an oversight, I think, on his part, the race, and the USATF official who was on hand and just didn't notice it.
Yeah.
So.
But it was super unfortunate. I mean, we were all, rooting in support for Raj.
Right.
It just was a really unfortunate situation that his shoes were not going to allow his race to be recognized in the USATF.
Right. And all the runners who were in the race this year, they all got sent out the paperwork to make sure that, just to double check. So.
There was Andy Glaze in his jorts still. I don't know if it ever got warm enough for Andy to go shirtless.
No, it didn't.
Again, like I thought it was like at highest maybe like 52 today.
Yeah.
It was not warm, which, and you've been here more years than I have. I've been here this is my fifth year here at Jackpot, but man, like it starts out cold in the morning sometimes, but it still warms up to some degree.
Absolutely.
This year we didn't get it.
I mean, there was one year, I don't know if Ken was still the RD for that, but he had a full-on shower that you could get into along the, like, just past the aid station.
Oh, wow.
And get cooled off. And I think that may have been the year that Camille came out and ran, and she was, dipping herself in the ice, and definitely gets warm out here most years, I think, that I've been out here.
Of course, last year's USATF winner, Cody Poskin in the chat said he was also bummed to not be tested last year. Funny, he thought he was the only one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a bad, like, you're not getting drug tested if you're a golden hour finisher like me. Like, if you're finishing 100 miler in 29 and change, you're not getting drug tested. If you're finishing it in 13 and change, that changes the narrative, so. Yeah, I mean, for those of you who think that this looks like great weather as these runners are running in beanies in Las Vegas, and in Henderson, I mean, there are puffies on course right now. And it's not even 7 p.m. here.
Yeah, come 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Ugh.
Yeah, those 48-hour runners. And you know what? Every time I do a multi-day race, I think that, I mean, like across the years, if you're doing, the 6-day like I do, I just nominally do the 6-day. When you're out there in the middle of the night and it's, 25, 30 degrees and you just see the other people out there suffering alongside you, it's not a great feeling.
questioning your life decisions.
Mm-hmm. Our tracker must be getting a lot of attention because it's kind of going on the fritz right now. I really want to get my numbers updated as far as where Raj and Ashley are at. Once I can get confirmation of where we're at. -9. Who would live in a place that gets to -9? I mean, I was born and raised in Northern Illinois, so I grew up in that stuff, but no more, man. No more.
Yeah, Raj has definitely picked up the pace, if this is correct. Loop 79, 706 mile. The last loop on the far side is 713, so he's picked it up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign. He's got 5 more loops, it looks like.
Yeah, he's registered
94.6 miles.
The system is estimating an 11:38 finish for him.
Yeah.
Let me see what my calculator seems to think.
Here he comes on screen right now.
This is a very rudimentary calculator. It's not like a complex model or anything like that. It's something I just whipped up because I forgot where I put my previous one. 10:53:02. Yeah, it looks like about an 11:35 would be my prediction.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say 11:35, 11:40 is what we're looking at here. So in the next 45 minutes or so. With regard to Ashley Pollson, looks like her pace has fallen off a little bit, but compared to where she needs to be, she's in excellent shape.
Yeah.
She has just a little over 10 miles to go. She is at mile 89.3 at last runner tracker, and you're talking she was at 10:54:58. So a straight line number, assuming she's able to hold pace, would be 12:13. So from before, like, a few miles ago, it was like about 12:05.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
you're looking at her splits for the past 10 miles. They're very even. So she's got about just over 10 miles left.
I think we're looking at about a 12:20.
Yeah.
12:18, which again would
That's amazing.
a 12:18 would chop 20 minutes off the world record.
Yeah.
Somebody asking how the wind has been this year. Not bad.
It's been, very, very mild compared to previous years.
The main component of the elements that's been tough to deal with is just simply the temperature, the air temperature as a whole. It's been, for those who are not used to this weather. I mean, I live just 4 hours down the road and 4.5 hours down the road in Phoenix, and I'm freezing my rear off here. So Stella Springer at mile 72.2. Is Stella needs to average a 13:13 pace in order to break the world record for 55 to 59. Pacing towards about a 14:55:51 if she's able to maintain. I think the more accurate thing to look at would be her PR, which is 15:29. In order to hit that, she would need to average a 10:09 pace the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Which is, she's averaging a 9:48 right now with about a little bit more than a marathon to go. It might be what we're looking at here. I think it's going to be a fight for her to get 15:30 at this point, which would still be an amazing, amazing run. But I think she can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And has a chance to maybe even get on the podium, which is wild.
Here's a fun question. Who has more tickets in the Western States Lottery, Chris or Jake?
Well, I don't know. Me? I mean, I've got 8 years.
I've got 7.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've got 64. You've got 128 coming this year?
Coming this year will be, yeah.
So, so Jake has, it'll probably end up being like maybe a 30% chance of getting in for next year.
Yeah.
I remember when I started this journey, and it was like, well, everybody gets in from like year to 3 to
Yeah.
5, right? Because I did skip 2 years. So we might have, like, my first qualifier that I put in for was Black Canyon 2017 in February of that year. So I would assume you put in either the year before or that year if you haven't skipped a year.
I missed 1 year.
Oh, so we started our journey
Okay.
about the same time.
Yeah. I think it was the COVID year. I did not run a qualifier.
Okay.
So,
Oh, yeah, Zach.
you'll be the one to get in, too.
Well, he got in.
Oh, that's right.
4 tickets, right, Zach?
Well, I already know I will be out there for sure next year because one of the guys that was my mentor when I got into ultra running, Alex Suchi, he won a raffle ticket at this year's raffle. So he has a guaranteed spot for 2027. He came out and paced me at Cool Moon 100
Okay.
a couple years ago, so I owe him a pacing and crewing job. So I will be out there once again, no matter what.
That's a hell of a race to collect it on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. Another storyline that we're going to be following, also Chad Laster, a current M4, going for an age group record, and I can tell you where he's at in relation to that as soon as I get my numbers pulling up. That right there is a shot of the home stretch on the loop, basically looking down where those runners are below. They're probably about 150, 200 meters from the timing mats.
Yeah.
So somebody wants to hear some Jake Jackson Burrito League Redlands stories.
That is actually the king of the Redlands Burrito League, TJ, who won out in Redlands. Yeah, I don't know, TJ. The stuff you were doing out there was way more inspiring than what I was doing. Yeah, TJ ended up winning. I think it was like 2,200 and something loops. It was just wild. We had some good times out there, though.
Oh yeah, I mean, for the communities that were truly engaged in their local burrito league, it was really a fun thing to follow. I mean, seeing all the different pages pop up out of nowhere and how
Yeah.
quickly it all happened.
Yeah, it was really cool running Coldwater Rumble. A couple of the guys who, I guess, were helping Jamil promote it and get it going, they were at one of the aid stations, and they were telling me how it had spread into like 8 or 9 countries and hundreds of different satellite races going on all over the country. And yeah, it was something else.
Molly, we see your chat comments. We absolutely see your chat comments. We saw that you were apparently an avid hockey fan. What? Yeah, she's number 2 in the chat. Just past the 11-hour mark here in the Jackpot Ultras. We are going to have our first finisher before the clock hits the top of the hour the next time. So
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it never gets old to watch people just tear up the course on on an event such as this. I mean, I always have a blast. I mean, this is the third year in a row we've seen Raj break 12 hours, and I ain't tired of it.
No. You see him coming right now. Got that lovely hair flowing in the back. Does he ever run with the hat on, Zach?
Raj?
Yeah, no.
Right?
Dude, he's got a headband on, it looks like, but
Yeah, he always does that. Like, which,
I mean, I had shoulder length hair 2 years ago, and I could just not run with my hair flopping around like that.
When I had long hair, I loved it.
Yeah?
I loved it.
you had long hair?
I know, right? Scroll back on the gram.
I had long hair during COVID. I had cornrows.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
How long days camp used to be you and cornrows.
Yeah.
Well,
It freaks people out, actually. Oh, here we go. Zach is going to show us his long hair.
I just show you my short hair.
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah.
say, like, I don't know if more jarring, Zach with long hair or Jordan with short hair.
Well, buddies.
wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Doesn't even
Who
look
is that
like you.
granola eating hippie?
Yeah.
Anton Paprika.
Yep.
Oh, my God, it does. Like, there are shades
That's
of
funny.
Anton in that picture. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that one, I think the Mountain Outpost, like, we should post, like, the opposite hair day for all of the crew. Like,
That's a good one.
like, you know, Zach with long hair, Jordan with short hair. Oh, you let us be the judge of that. Like, did Connor ever have long hair?
I had long hair last year.
Like, yeah, we should, like, totally do, like, opposite hair photos, like, show when we are.
Well, I think the year that we met at Desert Solstice, I had a ginormous
Is that-
beard.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Trevor is asking that Zach to send that picture to him right now. I mean, well, you know what's really jarring? Jamil with short hair.
Oh my god.
Have you seen
Yeah,
those pictures?
yeah.
It's so like.
It's just different,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Jamil with short hair is definitely a different look. It's been quite a while. We are getting really close to the.
More laps for Raj.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One or two
Raj
or three.
just got
It's
a
gotta be
couple
close.
laps. I must be putting an undue stress on the runner tracker because I'm still trying to pull up Chad Lassiter's splits here. But yeah, we're getting close to seeing.
Yeah, Raj has got 4 laps left. 96.2 miles. Almost a 5K left.
That would be less than 4 laps, right? That would be like
What's 1.19?
so 3 laps.
Okay.
Yeah. He's getting close.
Yes.
I'm sure he knows exactly how many laps he has to go. We have to double check to see if he's tapping the rail too.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't noticed that. So I'm getting texts from Jeff Urbanski. He's here for the Lassiter content. Yeah.
More Chad Lassiter content. We're here to appease. No, shout out Jeff Urbanski. I could see him doing very well at this race
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, as a Desert Solstice guy.
Let's see if he taps it.
24-hour team.
Nope, didn't tap it that time.
I want to see though when he's running. Although, you know what? It's really cold this year. Like, I don't think he's going to like tap his hand on a
Yeah.
metal rail.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the Chad Lassiter splits now. I can give where he is at. So Chad Lassiter is at mile 79.9 at last registered timing mat. That would be at the far side loop number 68. And in order for him to hit his desired goal of a new American age group record, which was just set here a couple years ago by Jonah Backstrom. 11:04:33 is where he was at. So, okay, he would need to run the final 20 miles in 3:07.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, dude, you
I
have.
still have this bleach is from back then.
From that, wow.
Yeah, but you look like you've lost a ton of weight too. You look
I
in much better shape now.
That was 2022.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. We all have like wild pictures of ourselves from like other times.
Yeah, I have lost a lot of weight since then.
Yeah.
Probably 30 pounds.
Yeah, in my case, COVID was a wild time. I was working remotely, and then when my company experienced financial difficulties, I found myself working as a delivery driver, really, for the most part, other than doing Mountain Outpost stuff. So I let my hair grow out, let my beard grow out, and before I knew it, I had this, like, I don't know.
Canyon 2015.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I had a long hair and a bushy beard, and then I went to Cabo by myself for Thanksgiving, and I came back with cornrows.
Yep. Comes Stella into the screen.
Yeah, Stella
Moving well.
moving really well. Although I don't think I've ever seen Stella run without a hat. That's
yeah.
a first. There's Jordan Camastro on the left there. So yeah, Chad Lacader moving really well. I'm going to give another update on Ashley Pollson, as Ashley has less than 10 miles to go. Ashley currently at mile 91 at last tracker, 11:08:14. In order for Ashley to establish a new world record, she needs to run a 9:52 pace for the next 9 miles.
Okay.
I think that that's going to happen. Her estimated pace was 7:32, so she's definitely trending quicker. I think we could be looking at a 12:15, which that's 20. She could knock 20 minutes off of the world record.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
No.
Although when Sorokin broke Zach's number for the first time, it was by a chunk
That's
number.
true.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. So Sorokin actually, when he broke Zach's record initially, he ran an 11:14, knocking 5 minutes off of Zach's. Now, what happened was the next time he did it, he ran a 10:51.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
So that's, again, I would love to see Sorokin come to the U.S. and
Oh, yeah.
race. I was honored to interview him during Desert Solstice a few years ago, and I was basically like, we need to make this happen somehow.
And both of those races were where there was a lot of runners out on course with him, so he
With
was doing
weird
a lot
turns.
of right. I think there was a 180-degree turn.
Yeah, it was
on
like
one of 'em?
a big lollipop of
Yeah.
a turn, and I was like, when I spoke to Sorokin, I said, come to Desert Solstice, run on a track. You've only got 6 turns,
Right.
like that of any consequence. You got to do the turnaround. Spend half an hour with Bob Hearn beforehand to get optimal
Yep.
turning capabilities.
Yeah, Raj has definitely picked up the pace. Last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps have been faster than any of the ones before that.
Love to see
So dropping at least 10 seconds a mile.
it. Yeah, he's
So
definitely wanting to be done at this point. There's Andy Glaze running the short course 100 miler. As has been established, he was in the 100 mile USATF race, but opted to change from the USATF race to the non USATF race. Why, you might ask? So he could listen to music during the race. Somebody said my cornrows was my best look ever. I'm inclined to disagree. They were fun to have, but I feel like have you ever gotten your hair braided? Like
Not
tight like that?
something that tight. My daughter braided my hair when it was long, but nothing like professional like that.
Yeah, I mean, what was scary about it for me is that it started to hurt after a couple of days. And I did a
Okay.
little bit of reading, and they said, well, sometimes if you braid a little bit too tight, your hair can start to fall out. And then they came out immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I think I got them done on a previous Saturday, and I came back to the country, and they started to hurt on Tuesday, and Wednesday morning I pulled them out because I wanted to keep them for the rest of the weekend because we had a race, an Air Viper race, and I wanted
Okay.
to show up with them, but
Yeah.
I couldn't wait another 3 days. Yeah, thanks to all of you tuning in here. We appreciate you sharing your Friday with us. Hopefully, we helped you get through a work day. Chris Warden, Jake Jackson, joining you here from Henderson, Nevada, the site of the 2026 Jackpot Ultras and the USATF 100 Mile Championship, presented by Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost, and the city of Henderson, Nevada. There's Pete Castellnik right there. Pete chasing down a PR as well here, looking to potentially run under 14 hours for the first time in his illustrious career.
And it's really been an exciting race all
Yeah.
day, you know?
Absolutely.
I mean, Raj and Ashley have been leading for the majority of the race, but some of the other stories going on in the potential podium spots, second and third place, there's been a lot of movement, and yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, and we've gotten to know some interesting names of runners. Like, we talked about Rowan Hafner,
Yeah.
a world record holder in the duathlon. It was just 21 years old now. Ran a world record in the duathlon at age 18 to raise awareness for epilepsy. That was a pretty cool story. Ashley, also another great story. Moving up to 8th place in the men's race, Jean Pommier, who has been around a long
Yes.
time, in his 60s, moving into the top 8 men's race, moving very well. Raj is currently on, he just finished loop 82. I can hear our cameras getting into position for this final push. I would assume we're going to do our best. Yep, I heard something go up into the air. Oh. Far side loop 83, so 2.5 loops. 97.5. Reminds me of the radio station I used to work for once upon a time.
95.5?
97.5.
97.5.
WZOK,
Okay.
Rockford, Illinois. I worked for a lot of radio stations. When you're in small town, small market radio, market 153, you tend to work for everybody at one time or another. But Raj at mile 97.5 at 11:18:20. Yeah, I think that Raj is going to slide in somewhere about 11. I'm going to say 11:36 from the looks of things. I don't think like he would need to average a 6:40 pace to drop down to 11:35, but he's well under the mark for 11:40. So
Yeah.
Raj Panu setting a new jackpot standard, assuming things hold to form here with under a 5K to go. And definitely picking up the pace here. You can see on the tracker his estimated current pace right now about a 7:16. He's been averaging 6:57 for the entire day. I'm sure that it would be nice for him to average under 7-minute miles for the entire day. Like,
Yeah.
not a lot of people can do that.
No. And I mean, cutting 16 minutes off of potentially last year's result.
Yeah. A whole lot of positive for Raj here on this race today, getting the, kind of, semblance of redemption for what happened last year with the shoe hullabaloo and also, setting a new personal best and establishing what I believe would be the second fastest American 100-miler.
Yeah.
I think that Zach only has one race that's
I
faster
believe.
than 11:40.
Yeah.
So, and it goes to show, like how good somebody can run when everything clicks. Raj having a banner day today. I know that one of the goals that he had set was potentially trying to run down the American standard of 12 or 11:19. Not going to quite be there, but you know what? Again, trending in the right direction.
Raj coming through. Couple more laps. Stella looking strong still.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Zach's American record was run at 6 days in the Dome, which is a completely different course compared to this.
Yeah, climate controlled.
Flat. Yeah, everything just, yeah. This race has about 2,000 feet of gain over the 100 miles, so it's definitely not pancake flat.
And the cool thing about that race is that I know Zach is still looking to potentially improve upon his experience as well. Improve upon his, if he can run faster than 11:19, I know he'd be thrilled. Was hoping that the two of them would be duking it out in that fashion today. I think that iron sharpens iron in those instances.
I think Zach actually just ran a pretty fast 100-miler not too long ago. Let's see if we can find that.
Yeah, I think he did it late last year, like a low to mid 12.
Yes.
About a lap and a half remaining for Raj.
Must have not been a ultra sign-up race.
Whole lot of successes here at Jackpot from the looks of things. Obviously, it's not over until it's over, but we're going to see, one of the few instances of somebody running 100 miles in under 12 hours.
Yeah.
We're going to see, in all likelihood, a new women's world record. We're going to see a women's age group world record for 55 to 59, and we are also potentially going to see an American age group record bettered here by Chad Lacader. The depth of this field is so impressive. I mean, we've had years where things have moved quickly, but not to this extent. I mean, 5 or 6 runners deep on both the men's and the women's race, looking at like sub 16 hours.
Yeah, I mean, we usually see 1 or maybe 2 standout performances, but this year's quite a bit more.
It reminds me of Desert Solstice 2024, where that women's field was so incredibly deep that you had like 4 women top 150 miles.
Yeah,
it was one of the best performances I've ever seen.
Goes Raj.
As the director of finance, I'm managing.
Oh, the volume was up on my phone.
Looks like Raj has got 2.5 laps left.
Have you guys ever raced bald-headed? The closest I've ever done is like a buzz cut, and that last time I buzzed my hair was probably about 2014, 2013. So yeah, I guess I have raced close to bald-headed.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking how Tim Higgum was doing.
He seems to be doing well. I mean, every time I've seen him come through, that's his crew that's right in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's his daughter right there, and his wife was crewing, and he came through, and yeah. His wife is named Melissa too, shares the same as mine, and it's kind of interesting. When we were training a lot for Worlds, we just sharing stories about having kids, being full-time job, and yeah, we have a lot in common. It's nice to find somebody like that.
I didn't realize. Thank you very much for the heads up. Zach ran an 11:55 at the Equalizer, and
Okay,
I didn't realize
yeah.
that was his 5th time running sub 12.
That was a 12-hour race too, so it wasn't just to go out and run 100 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jake, how many course records do you have?
Not as many as I did a few years ago. I will say that.
I love that answer.
I still have a few of some of the smaller local races, though.
Like I used to have.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think, didn't you have Coldwater Rumble at one time, as well as Javelina 100K? I think you had both.
I didn't have the 100K at Javelina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was second, I believe. Races like Nanny Goat, I have like the 2400 mile, several, but that smaller local races.
I mean, Nanny Goat's a fairly significant race regionally.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in the Southwest knows it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's been around a long time.
Mm-hmm. Is Jake ready for Pirates Cove?
I'm getting there. I think a lot of those Burrito League loops got me in the mindset of doing a lot of circles. Yeah. I'm not so sure about running for 24 hours yet, but
Molly mentioning that there are 3 USATF participants who are over 80. We've had as many as 6 octogenarians in this race before.
yeah. Somebody asking, they don't know who the commentators are. My name is Jake Jackson, and if you don't know who Chris is by now,
it might be your first time.
yeah, Chris Warden. He's kind of the main commentary guy for Mountain Outposts here.
My my experience at Mountain Outpost basically consists of being willing to show up and do whatever was asked back in the early days. I mean, back in 2018, there were no expectations for me to be a commentator. I was basically volunteering to film out at Desert Solstice that year.
Yeah.
You won the men's race that year, of course, and Camille set a world record in the women's race. I have a great picture of the two of you, like, hanging out after the race, holding your awards
her
and
laying
stuff.
down in the cot and me
Yep.
like kneeling next to her and being afraid to stand up afterwards, needing help up.
Yeah, I was just there to help out, and our broadcasters, was that being our first time doing a 24-hour race, people get tired, and
Yeah.
sure enough, is Raj on the final lap?
Is he on the last one? Hopefully.
Think he is. Brave soul to want to follow Raj on the final loop of a 100-miler.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, according to this tracker, Raj is looking at maybe an 11:39. I think it's going to be closer to 11:37.
Yeah. His last lap was a 7:04 mile, so
Oh, goodness. And this is going to be just the first of what are going to be several special moments here in the
Yeah.
next couple hours. If you're a fan of people doing amazing things, if you want to witness records, if you want to see something special, stick around here for the next couple hours, because
yeah, share the link. Let's get the viewers up.
yeah, I think that you're going to be in for a heck of a next couple hours here at Jackpot.
Oh, I love this. I love being able to see him on the course like this. This is great.
It's the only way I can keep up with Raj is if somebody else is doing the running. So Raj going to PR by a wide margin here at the 2026 Jackpot. His progression year over year, going from 11:58 to 11:52 to somewhere in the 11:30s.
Yep.
At this point, and still young enough that the progress the runway is still wide open for him. Raj is 34 years old now. In this sport, Sorokin was in his 40s. Zach is, in his early 40s.
Yeah.
That's one of the things about the 100-mile and 24-hour disciplines in particular that I think we see, the runners are able to maximize, well into their early 40s.
You see Raj looking across the lake. Like, I'm almost there. Halfway there. Yeah, hopefully, taking this national championship, helps with his sponsoring. Hopefully he can get a little bit more money and not have to rely so much on his teaching gig. And, yeah, there's nothing but positive things in Raj's future.
Yeah, and, maybe this will get him the much deserved, long deserved hair product sponsor. That
There you go.
Remember, we had and Zach behind the scenes can attest to this. We had Raj in the Shakeout show at Haviland 100 2024, and that man's hair just don't quit,
Yeah.
and it bounces. And he lets it flow at these races, as you can see. There are certain runners who let their long hair flow. You talk about Raj, you talk about Camille, Jamil Curry is another one. Runners who basically let their locks go.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Checking that time. He wants to get under 11:40.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Has he passed the drainage
No,
duct yet?
he's
Oh,
on the
he's on the far
downhill
side.
right now.
I see it, yeah. You're probably about 3 minutes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less the way he's moving. He's pushing.
Final kick. Let's go. Everybody's giving him cheers, and he's throwing up his hand saying thank you. That's awesome.
Raj Panu, somebody's asking what he teaches. Math. He's a math teacher. These are things that I learned from interviewing Raj at the Shakeout show a couple of years ago. Just a super pleasant guy.
Yeah. Super humble, too. Like, I spoke with him after his win at Javelina and just totally downplaying it, was asking about how my race was. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, my goodness, his 100K?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wasn't that where he blasted the previous course record by like 40 minutes or something?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a pretty amazing run. And he came back and, battled hard, in a stacked men's field. The following year came up just shy of a golden ticket.
Right.
But today is Raj's day.
It is.
Here at the Jackpot. Pushing hard.
Got that last little uphill, and then the finish line, you can see it in the background.
You can hear the buzz in the background.
Yeah.
This is the second group of runners to walk by where I could hear them talking about Raj.
Yeah.
So that's super cool.
One more right turn, and it's hitting that last straightaway. See the finish out there.
Thanks to the hundreds of you tuning in to watch Raj Panu win the USATF 100-mile championship. Stick around because we've got a world record at stake on the women's race. Ashley Pollson, mounting a serious run here, and we'll talk about that in due time. But right now, the moment is this man's. It belongs to Raj Paul Panu. Going to be the USATF 100-mile champion for the second time in 3 years.
You hear the cheers.
He's coming up the hill. Very last stretch, probably about 200 meters to go from that point. So you're talking just a handful of seconds. He's going to finish under 11:40. Might be able to get under 11:39.
Ooh, so close.
Yeah, I think 11:30.
Yeah,
I think
he's
11:39
got it.
exactly,
15 seconds,
perhaps.
Yep. Great job, Raj. Way to go.
Truly amazing effort by Raj Paul Panu here. Unofficial 7:38.55.
A little bit of redemption right there. Oh.
Great job by Raj Paul Panu.
Get him a chair. There we go. He left it all out there. Get him covered up.
Yeah, it got cold out there. Get him covered for sure.
You know, this old 100-mile saying, life in a day? How about life in a half of a day?
Right? I feel so fortunate to have gotten to witness, like, there's only, a couple of people who have run, two guys that have run multiple sub 12-hour 100 milers in American history, and I've gotten to see both of them run up close and personal.
that's
It's
awesome.
really cool. You've run with them.
With them. Yeah.
So amazing. Of course, Raj is also going to be subject to post-race drug tests and the anything else that they have to take care of to make sure everything is official.
Yeah, last split from that timing mat to the finish, 6:45 mile pace he was running.
He found it.
Yep.
His final official time that we saw was 11:38:56.
Just shy of 16-minute PR for him.
Pretty amazing. When you talk about somebody who's absolutely in the prime of his career, as Raj is. I mean, to be able to drop 16 minutes year over year, what is his, limit going to be? I mean, will Raj be the first American to run under 11 hours?
Yeah,
I think
it's
that
possible. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this point, based on what we know now, it's a two-man race.
I mean, you get Raj at Desert Solstice, something
Yeah.
that's pancake flat,
I mean, I could see, like, now there are other runners who we believe would be capable of doing it that just simply haven't dedicated themselves to this discipline. Raj has,
Yeah.
and we're seeing him put down, these fantastic numbers. And I would love, maybe at Desert Solstice we get the Raj Zach race. I mean, obviously, 9 months away, plenty of time to recover and prepare and refocus training. So.
Yeah, I wonder what he has going on the rest of the year. If he's already signed up for something.
Of course, once Raj is ready, they will have ushers take him to go for testing, and everything will be handled when he's ready. We got the USATF officials in the background.
So it looks like he has Broken Arrow, the Ascent.
He's doing the Ascent at Broken
Yeah.
Arrow? Sick. Talk about stepping out of your
Yeah.
comfort zone. That could be a wild thing to watch. Raj Panu doing the Ascent at Broken Arrow. Like, never pictured him as a VK kind of guy,
No.
but I'm here for it. Yeah, how much faster could Raj run at 6 days in the Dome or Desert Solstice? I think the answer is, I mean, hypothetically, I don't want to spit out numbers because it's like we talked about, like the difference between a good day, a bad day, and a great day in the 100-mile is an hour
Yeah.
or more.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Raj looks back at this race and says, "Oh, you know what? It was an okay day," and comes back and breaks 11 hours.
Right.
And
I think, him coming back year after year just shows how dedicated he was to chasing that American record.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see that from too many runners these days.
And while we are focused on Raj at the moment, we have another really big story brewing in the women's race. And we have 2 women chasing history, and let's get right to the idea that Ashley Pollson is putting the world on notice right now. She has less than 5 miles to go to not only set a new world record, but holy cow. Like the margin by which she could be reestablishing the world record is quite sizable.
Right.
So at mile 95.8, we're talking about 11:39.41. Ashley Pollson, basically, in order to set a world record at this point, needs to run a 13:40 pace for the remainder of the race.
I'd say she has it.
And her estimated pace right now is 7:31. If she keeps a 7:31 pace, what are we looking at here? I think we're talking about I think she's going to break the world record by more than 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
What did it say? 12:18.50?
It's got 12:18.
And I'll take the under on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Ashley
I think she's
is-
going to kick it in the last couple miles, more than likely.
You can see Raj being joined by our director of the broadcast, Zach Marion. I know that Raj and Zach are good friends.
Yep.
So, Zach wanted to head over and celebrate. Yeah, Ashley Pollson, just a handful of miles from setting a new world record. Right before our very eyes. I love these moments. We don't get to experience them very often, but it is special when we do. I don't think that Ashley, she would have to run about a 3.5 minute mile in order to get sub 12, but yeah, she's running quite fast at this point. I think that
This is her coming up on the screen right now.
Yeah, that high beam waist light that she's got.
She's still smiling. She's having fun out there.
She's smiling and she's running so fast.
Oh my!
She's not slowing down.
That's
Like there was a
amazing.
stretch back around lap 70 or so where her paces were about a 7:35, 7:40 pace, and more recent laps are down around the 7:30, 7:25 pace.
Yeah.
Like she's picking up the pace as she draws closer to that 100-mile world record. Yeah, we're on the cusp of seeing like something nobody's ever seen before. I
Nope.
mean, a world record is like I've got. I'm super excited to see it, and I'll admit, like I'll be the first to admit that when Ashley put it out there, it wasn't that I didn't think she could do it. It was just such a big shot.
Yeah.
Like her previous PR was 14:04, and I knew that coming in she was talking about kind of thinking that she had it the capability to do it, and having the capability to do it and doing it are two different things.
Yeah.
And
I mean, she's definitely shown, especially the second year she won Badwater outright, that she had the potential to put up a huge time. And it was just her doing it. I thought she was going to do it in a 24-hour race first. I thought that was going to be her big number. But to go out and say, I'm going to break a world record is, a whole other level of confidence, I guess.
Yeah, and to see what she's done, she's been surgical today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, she had listed out what she was going to be taking for nutrition on one of her Instagram stories, I believe, and it was like I'm taking this at this hour, this at this hour. She had everything dialed in.
Absolutely.
And that's what you got to do to set world records like this.
She was dialed in. She had her crew on notice. So, and now, she is basically about less than 4 miles away from not only a new world record, but shattering the current world record.
Yeah.
We're going to have the social media team on this one, Jordan. We got to make sure that Ashley is, we get those posts out there. We got to have people seeing it.
I don't know who's here for that stuff.
I'm making some texts right now.
Yeah, T. Pulaski, I'm definitely going to talk to Raj about going full 24-hour now because he definitely needs to dip his toe in that.
I mean, we've both seen Ashley, run some great races, but this is.
So the previous course record was set by Raj last year, 11:52:46.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, the previous record, course record here was, the fastest time in American women's history. With Camille Herron's run here at, I believe it was 12:41.
Okay.
And there's Ashley again. We can hear her chatting in the background as she goes by. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to have sounds at the finish line necessarily, simply because they're going to have, they've got music in the background. Also,
there might be something put on Instagram later.
Yeah, I would say that you're more likely to see
yeah.
interviews on social channels a little bit later on. It's just hard to get. And also, I don't like interviewing somebody right after a 100-miler. I like to tell them, take your time, come on over whenever you're ready. I mean, I've interviewed you after races, I'm sure, somewhere along the way. I mean, but like at Desert Solstice, if somebody is ready to talk after the fact, we'll give them all the time and breath they need. So, oh yeah, that's a good point. Ashley basically just, in effect, bought a wheelchair.
The wheelchair. Paint it pink.
Yeah, I think that she is going to have a lot of say in how that that wheelchair is decorated.
Yeah.
Ashley with less than a 5K to go at this point. So I think that Ashley's looking at about a 12:18-ish, perhaps. That would require her to. She's currently an estimated pace of 7:32, maybe a 12:17. If she runs a 12:17, that would be a 7:48 pace the rest of the way. That seems right about reasonable. If she's running about a 7:32 right now, it gives her a little bit of cushion, and would also beat her own personal goal of 12:30 by 13
Yeah.
minutes,
Amazing.
and could put 20 minutes on the world record.
Wow.
12:37.04 is the current world record, and Ashley is pacing for about a 12:18. So, Jake, you've been privy to, some big numbers and some huge performances, being on the track when they happened. Have you ever seen a record go down by like this significant of a margin before? Or like, is there something like that maybe you saw in person?
I don't know. When Camille broke the 24-hour record, I don't know what it was prior to her breaking it. I think it was something pretty big, though.
That was, I think that she, and I apologize for me speaking, I think she took it from Patricia Bervnoska.
Okay.
And
Oh,
it
that's
was-
right,
It was
yes.
like somewhere in the high 150s. So, yeah,
Yes.
maybe about a 3 or 4 mile
Yeah.
improvement because, Camille was about 163 or 160, like high 162 there.
Yeah, 162, yeah. Yeah.
Of course, Nick Curry with the American
That's
was,
right.
He pushed that by about 3 miles
Yep.
as well. But I don't know, just something about this. Like 20 minutes on a 100-miler is
It's much like marathon times, but on a grander scale, obviously. 20 minutes, you think, well, over 100 miles, that's like nothing. That's almost like 2 miles, whatever. But when you're getting to the edge of human limits with some of these longer distances, 20 minutes is huge.
And who knows where we're going from here because this record that Ashley is going to be breaking only held for 2 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to have a pop in the iFit crowd following Ashley Pollson here
Yeah.
because she's about to do something unheard of. I mean, again, and even if I thought she, was going to break the record, I just didn't know. But if you'd have told me she's going to drop 20 minutes off of it potentially, I'd have said that's
Yeah. I mean, we had mentioned it before. I don't know if we were talking off air or not, but Ashley has done some amazing things in her career
Oh, yeah.
leading up to this, but this will be by far the one that puts her on the map in ultra running. I mean, Badwater, take it for whatever way you want. Some people say it's just a big hype machine and you're paying for your buckle and
it's a time trial kind of aspect though.
Yeah, but to do something like this at a national championship, yeah, it's huge and it's a world record. I mean,
Yeah.
there's not many people that have had that title next to their name.
Exactly. Badwater might be like huge here in the States, but this number is going to be big internationally.
Right.
It's why Sorokin is held in such high regard because like he took I mean, you want to talk about taking 20 minutes off a record.
Yeah.
That's what Sorokin did. But then again, when he did it, I didn't think it was possible what he did either.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, we went from like sub 12 to sub 11 so quickly in the men's field.
Right.
Like it was just a couple years.
Yeah. And it's kind of like the 4-minute mile thing. Once somebody does it, it
Boom.
opens up the door for other people to say, well, crap, maybe I can do it too.
Now you have high schoolers doing it.
Right, yeah. And I mean, you look at ultra running in general, and it's not, the focus is not on these kind of flat, fast 100-mile races.
Yeah.
They're, the big mountain races, UTMB, Western States. So we just don't have a very, big pool of runners who are focusing on these flat races. So
Yeah.
I don't think we're even close to really seeing what's capable of, a flat 100-mile time.
Yeah, this is next level here. What we're going to be witnessing from Ashley Pollson. I mean, it's I can't stress enough how impressive he is. Okay, well, here's the thing. Epic's asking why these people are walking, completely blocking the path for the faster runners. Get out of the way. That's not how it works. These runners, whether they're fast or whether they're slow, have the the right to the course in the same way. It
Yeah.
is really actually upon the faster runners to work around them. Now,
Absolutely.
if people get out of their way, I mean, I try my best to shade outside a little bit, knowing full well where the tangents are in the course.
Right.
But at the same time,
And I'm sure that's going on. We just probably don't see it right now.
Exactly.
I'm sure a lot of the people who are out on course know what's going on, know that there's a world record happening, and they're moving out of the way. I guarantee.
yeah,
it.
you're also gonna see that happen like much more.
Yeah.
In the next few minutes, like you will see people clear the decks for
Yeah.
Ashley.
I mean, even a race at like Desert Solstice, we when Nick was trying to break the American record, we were all moving over into lane 2 to let him go, so he
I
had a
remember
clear
that.
path.
Yeah.
Same with Camille when she was breaking the 24-hour record.
Yeah.
You're definitely aware of what's going on out there.
It might not be something that happens for the entirety of the race, but as things get closer,
Yes.
especially,
Yes.
you're going to see everybody basically just clear a path for Ashley. Although you can see Ashley taking the outside here voluntarily, so she's and if you just heard, she is hollering out
Yeah.
there. She's
is
having the
hype.
time of her life.
Let's go.
Now, Ellen, talking about Ashley's Badwater result, I don't think we're discounting it.
No,
the
not
thing
at
is
all.
that, like, and if anything, I think that Ashley's second Badwater is one of the damnedest things I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
I mean, after the first result, and people were trying to scrutinize and dare I say, discredit the run, she came back the next year and whooped the field.
Oh, yeah. It's just the fact that Badwater is very hard to get into. There's a selection process, and it's just not open for every single person who wants to run it to compete in it.
Yeah.
A race like this where, you pay your USATF, fee to get in and be registered, and anybody can line up next to Ashley.
Yeah.
You know?
The logistics of running Badwater are much more involved.
Right.
I mean, you got to have crew, you got to have like a transport van and everything
Right.
like that. It costs a lot. I mean, speaking of legends, there's
OG
one right
of
there.
OGs, yep.
That's Ann Trayson right there. Ann Trayson is on the field, and she knows what's going on.
Oh, yes.
Hell, Ann Trayson, I mean, it might have been quite a few years, but I believe Ann Trayson did hold the 100-mile world record for a
Sure
time.
she did.
So, not often do we get multiple world record holders for the same event, in an event such as this.
I mean, what other sport do you get to basically stand next to a world record holder and
Yeah.
compete with them? Absolutely.
And you know what? The word is getting out about what Ashley's doing here because the viewer numbers are definitely trending upward. Yeah, Ashley just a hop, skip, and a jump. Like I'm saying, probably about less than 15 minutes at this point. So, and Ashley might not be the last person to establish a world record of some level here.
Nope.
In fact, I'm.
We have two people that are chasing records still.
You've got Stella Springer, who at last check was pacing about 2 hours ahead of the 55 to 59 age group world record, which, again, we're talking about 20 minutes being impressive. Stella, as somebody who started later in life running, didn't run a 100-miler for the first time until like the age of 50, and now at the age of 55, chasing down history in her own right. This Desert Solstice is going to be pretty memorable for years to come.
Already has set age group records in the 50 to 54. And now she's collecting them for the 55 to 59.
And it's not, and I think the most impressive thing is that Stella is like racking up PRs as she goes.
Right. Yeah.
Like last year, she established her PR in the 100-miler at age 54 with a 15:29, and it's entirely possible that she breaks it. So Ashley's most recent ping, less than 2 miles to go. Let's see if I can get a far side split from her after she hits the next timing mat.
This looks like Ashley coming into the frame right here. Looks like her stride. Yep, sure is. You can see the hair swinging.
Wow,
Let's
that is
go.
a good stride for this late in the day.
Oh, yeah.
She might
is
just
moving.
keep going, and I'd be curious to see what her 12-hour split was. Like 97, probably about 98 miles. She hit 98.1 at 12:01:53.
Yeah.
I mean, she could have potentially set a 12-hour world record along the way. I mean, usually those two kind of go hand in hand,
Right.
the 12-hour and the 100-mile at this point. Like you said, when Zach set the 100-mile, he finished out the 12-hour. It was just on the other side of his run. He was, had 40 more minutes to go, whereas in this case, Ashley breaking the 100-mile record just over 12 hours. I don't think we'll have an official split, which a little bit of a shame, but we'll know effectively that her split would have been a world record as well.
Yeah. Yeah, 12-hour records is one of those things where it's not recognized by a lot of countries. I'm trying to pull up to see if I can find what the current record is, but it's not showing. on the
IAU
list I
current
have.
world record for 12 hours. Oh, they have it in meters.
That's fun.
153,600. Let's see. Would be, 95.44.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley's at 98. So,
That could be a potential record she maybe goes after.
if there was, maybe.
Another Desert Solstice entrance we need over there.
Yeah, that would be, well, I think that Ashley was on the entry list for Desert Solstice a couple years ago,
She
but
was,
then
yes.
decided not to race it, which, I totally get it. But we're so close to Ashley making history here at Mountain Outpost, and we are privileged. Just throwing you right into the fire right away, Jake.
Yeah, man. I'm here for it. This is awesome. And looking down the women's leaderboard, it looks like Kaylee has moved into second place. Yeah, she's been consistent all day.
Yeah. I mean, Kaylee is so young, but so successful already. Yeah, I mean, this women's field, even beyond Ashley, is pretty fantastic for this discipline. I mean, Kaylee Frederick, Janelle Stark, both representing the United States at the and Stella Springer.
Yep.
I mean, you had three
Yep.
members of Team USA, two that were on the team and their alternate as well.
Here comes Ashley. One more lap to go.
Hope our follow cam is ready for a big run here.
Ashley and Chad coming through together.
Chad Laster also in the top 5 in the men's race. National team veteran himself.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. One more. She's got her finger up. She knows. One more.
Yeah. Yeah. In case you were wondering which runner she was, she is the runner with the pink hair. Of course, somebody also mentioned Ashley is indeed a proud grandmother. Became a grandmother, I believe, early last year, perhaps.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had, for those of us, you, Jake, as a competitor and me as part of Mountain Outpost, we've had an opportunity to witness Ashley's meteoric rise into ultra running. And it's been truly a great thing to see. You could see her crew right there.
Yep.
12:11:45 elapsed. We're looking at this point, probably about a 12:18, 12:19 perhaps.
She clocked 11:34 mile split for that last one. Let's kick it up.
You can see
Look at
Ash.
it. I mean, it doesn't even look like she's
No.
run 100 miles,
No, not at
99
all.
miles. Jeez.
Not at all. Ashley is looking so chill right now. Still, she's
Oh
chatting
my
with the
gosh.
camera person. Like, it's just talking to the follow filmer.
She may be somebody that will do an interview after the 100
Right?
mile.
Folks, this is absolutely amazing. Ashley Pollson going to be setting a new world record, uncharted territory by a huge margin here at the Jackpot Jackpot 100 Mile USATF Championship. Maybe a little bit of foreshadowing there.
Yeah.
And the current world record was just established back at Tunnel Hill by Katrina Jennings and was 12:37:04. And with Ashley halfway around her final 1.1 mile loop, getting congratulations from the jester. And as we said, when somebody was asking about people were getting out of the way, two things. Number one, the other runners have the right to run their own race. It's a wide berth.
Yep.
Number two, they know what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
And, in most cases, if at all possible, they're going to slide out of the way. So, shout out to all runners for, being out here. We appreciate all of you participating. Ashley
Passing
is.
Ann on the right there.
There's Ann Trayson right there. Yep. And thank you, Zach.
Passing the
Perfect.
baton.
Passing history
Yeah.
right there with Ann Trayson and Ashley Pollson.
Great comment from Buzz Pops. This lady has more energy than any human on the planet. Ain't that
You're
the
not
truth?
wrong. Yeah, Ashley is so completely, rewriting the record book at this point. Yeah, she looks, I can't believe what we're witnessing here.
She's got an iFit workout to do later on, so she wants to just get this 100-miler out of the way.
Right?
Yeah.
What was I thinking trying to keep up with her at Black Canyon last year? I must need my head examined. And she had 100K on her legs at that point. She was running the 50K the following day.
Yeah.
12:16. Looks like, maybe about 12:19. She's still got to get around
quite hit the dirt yet, so she's
But-
on that downhill section.
but by any measure, going to be knocking off a huge chunk off the world record.
Yeah, this is where the dirt part starts.
Yeah, for those who are asking, keep it pretty simple. Yes, there is drug testing at this event.
First male, female.
Yep. And I also think that I would not be surprised if Stella Springer is going to be drug tested later on, simply because of the nature of her run, looking at a world record in the 55 to 59 age category as well.
I'm sorry, I've run a lot of 100-milers, but I have never looked as happy as she is right now. This is amazing.
She's getting close. She's on that, coming up on that final turn here in about 50 meters.
Last turn.
Time to throw her stuff away before the finish. What are you doing, Ashley? Blowing our minds
boy.
here. She could have carried it to the finish, but no. Take the extra step to go to the garbage can. $12, 18, 23. Yeah, I think about 12.19 low is what we're looking at. Maybe about a 12.19.05, give or take. Maybe a little bit less. Yeah, Ashley won this event in 2024 as well. So this will make her a two-time USATF 100-mile champion. And at the age of 44, Ashley Pollson finishing up a world record run here. The only question is by how much?
Gonna run in with Andy, it looks like. All for the gram.
Yep.
Get that shot.
We can hear her go by.
Way to go,
Oh.
Ashley.
There she goes. You can tell it's real now.
Oh, yeah. She did it.
12:19:37. Ashley Pollson, your new 100-mile world record holder. Congratulations, being greeted at the finish line by her husband, Matt, the proudest man on the planet right
yeah.
now.
What a run.
With a whole cast of supporters there for her.
Jumping up and down.
How's she jumping?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, she looks like she's ready to do a workout. Truly an amazing performance by Ashley Pollson here today. I say today because it's still only 8:20 p.m., just over 12 hours into the Jackpot 100-mile, and what that buckle is going to represent to her and to her family is going to be all of the things.
Yeah.
Champion and world record holder.
Life-changing moment right there.
How is she so able to
That's what I'm
bounce
saying.
and move?
She's not from this planet.
I'm just in awe of the energy that she's got on display right now. I mean, I've seen people run 100-mile. You've seen people run 100-mile world record level
Yep.
runs. It takes everything, and she looks like she's ready to go back out for more. Looks like that's Jill Hudson, who's also in the race, stopping to offer congratulations. That is race assistant race director Lee Robinson, presenting her with the banner.
I believe that's her sister right there with the black hair. She's run a lot of Badwater with her, been on her crew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Super cool. Final time 12:19:34.
So
Which is
impressive.
about, what, 18 and a half minutes off? Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 and a half.
Again, truly in awe of what we've witnessed from both Raj and Ashley to this
Yeah.
point. I mean, we've still got a race going on. A really fast race. And, we are going to be here through, at the very least, through the men's and women's podiums here at Jackpot Ultras. I still have a feeling it's going to be somewhat of an earlier night than usual for us because everybody's moving so well.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at the results for the males. Scott and Ed Hare are on the same lap. So they're battling for second place right now.
Interesting.
With Pete sitting in the third spot, potentially, third or fourth.
And Chad
It's still
Lassiter.
close.
That's a hell of a top
Yeah,
five.
yeah.
Like, by any measure, that top five of the race is pretty stout. I mean, as far as American 100-milers go, that's an extremely impressive top five.
Yeah.
At this point.
And still plenty of time, between 8 and 10 laps between the four of them.
Yep.
There's still time to make moves if you if you have a little bit left in the tank.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time before our next runners finish, but I mean, you know, they're still going to finish in under 14 hours. Thank you, Jordan. So Scott Munson pacing towards, sub 14 hours, still looking at 13:40-ish. I think we're going to have, those guys are all going to finish fairly close to one another.
Yeah, it's still too close to say who's got it, the podium spots on lock.
Yeah, Munson, Ramirez, Castellnik, all estimated to finish between 13:40 and 13:55. And then in the women's race, as we mentioned, you know, Kaylee Frederick moving into second place in the women's race, looking like at about a 14:40, 14:45-ish finish. Jenny Arneson doing work, moving into third.
Yeah.
Janelle Stark, national team member, in fourth, and another national team member, Stella Springer. Yeah, okay, so Stella's PR is 15:29, and her current estimated finish is 15:28.56.
Oh, wow.
She's going to be fighting here. And in Stella's case, she's going to be fighting with a world record already in hand. Yeah. Has anybody... Come here, buddy. We're going to chat here really quick with a friend of ours. We'll just kind of...
It's going to look like that.
Oh, nice.
So it's going to be... So we're going to... No, stay there, dude. Stay there, man. So we're going to... So in honor of Ashley breaking the world record, on behalf of my family, the Rubley family, we're going to donate a racing chair to Team Hoyt Las Vegas. $6,039.88, but it's Team Hoyt Las Vegas, so it's a specialized racing chair. And we haven't asked her if she wants this yet, but in her honor, we want to donate the Jackpot Ultra, and it'll be the Ashley Pollson pink designed racing chair. So when she's done drug testing and hanging out with her friends and stuff, I'm going to ask her to see if that's something that she'd want to have done, and then we're going to go ahead and order it up, get it designed, and yeah, that'd be kind of neat, man.
I want somebody to catch video of you letting her know that she basically just bought a chair for Team Hoyt.
Dude, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how, God bless innovation and stuff. The fact that people can actually participate safely in an event and have someone like, like a Jake here that could push them like a mile a minute.
There we go, Jake.
Yeah. But no, just in general, I mean, anyone of any ability can enjoy, the sport of endurance. Ann Trayson's out there. I just hooked her up with a disco ball. It's a portable battery-powered disco ball. I gave it to her as a little gift. It was $14, and she started crying. You would have thought I gave her like a Ferrari. But when you see her on camera next,
I can't wait to see that.
you're gonna see a hanging disco ball. It's about 10-inch, maybe 8 inches around. It's battery powered. You can get it at any as seen on TV aisle at Walmart. And yeah, that's it. I was just coming to say hi.
No, Ken, that is wonderful. Ken Rubley, the creator and founder of the Jackpot Ultras, has just announced he is donating a $6,000 racing wheelchair to Team Team Hoyt, in honor of Ashley's world record breaking run. He called his shot when she was, about 70, 75 miles in at that point?
Dude, it was a given, man. I was caught up in the moment. But, I mean, dude, look at these chairs, man. I'm not kidding. Look at this. $6,073, $10,249. I mean.
Yeah, the adaptive sports are they're a great thing, but it's not cheap to be a participant in some cases.
No, I think they try to squeeze money out of people, though, too, that, because they know that, you're getting grants and all that kind of stuff. Because I don't care. I don't care what that's made of. 10,200. I mean, the Axiom Aero. I mean, dude, you could probably drop some. Look at that thing. It looks beautiful, but man, any event. So
think about what kind of rims that Ashley's going to want us to put on that thing.
Well, no. There's a limitation. It's going to be pink. It's going to have your name on it, and that's how it's going to go.
You gotta
you gotta get it wrapped.
Wrapped up.
Knees.
If you're going to do it. What's another $500, right? Wrap it. I don't know. You think she'll be creative enough? Maybe she'll just want like off-white or something.
She might just. I think it's going to be pink.
It's going to be pink.
Hot pink for sure.
All right, well, you guys get back on air here, man.
Ken Rubley, thank you so much.
Go see if she's really going to want this or not.
I'm sure she would be honored and tickled pink, no pun intended.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you to Ken Rubley, the founder and creator of the Jackpot Ultras. As we mentioned, just donated an adaptive running wheelchair, pledging to do so. A $6,000 donation in effect for Team Hoyt, who is going to be participating in the Rock and Roll Las Vegas Marathon this weekend. That Ken has always celebrated adaptive athletics. Whether it be his time with Team Achilles, and he helped to subsidize runner guides at various running events, and also, what he's doing now with Team Hoyt. Truly an amazing gesture on his behalf to basically, donate this chair, and also, the fact that it's going to be, something like Ashley's going to have some input in. It's going to be a hoot.
Yeah.
I really think. Who knows? Maybe she'll want to be the person leading the push on that
Wouldn't surprise
on that maiden
me at
voyage.
All. Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Ken for that, and again, shout out to Ashley Pollson for rewriting the record book. That's really the only way you can describe what she has accomplished here today. The previous world record was 12 hours, 37 minutes, and 4 seconds. Ashley's finish time, 12:19:34. So that is 17 minutes, 30 seconds ahead of the prior mark. So as you can
Got
see,
the Punisher on the screen right now.
Burrito League, Troy Croxdale. Looking for a Burrito League segment to do. You can see Andy Glaze coming up into the shot. Our next finishers here, we would anticipate to be a part of a group of 3 guys that are, expected to finish in under 14 hours.
Kaylee Frederick coming across.
We're looking at Scott Munson, Ada Ramirez, and Pete Castellnik. Not too far back from them, Chad Lacader at M5. On the women's side, Kaylee Frederick currently in second. Jenny Arnson again moving up into third. Janelle Stark in fourth, and Stella Springer in fifth. I'm going to do a quick shot and math on Stella Springer's. We'll use my projecting device to see where I think Stella's going to be. Of course, we mentioned her pursuit of the world record. Given where she's at and the way she's moving, I think that that world record is absolutely under duress with her only having less than 20 miles to go. So an age group world record is, I believe, in the offing for Stella Springer. She is at 81.6. And in order for her to set a world record, she would need to run a 14:06 pace. In order for her to PR, she would need to run a 9:28 pace the rest of the way. That's going to be the question, I think. I think that the age group world record is definitely hers as long as she stays moving. As long as she stays strong, she could PR and put as much as 80, 90 minutes on that age group world record.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to Team Hoyt for giving us the opportunity to learn about their cause and what they provide for adaptive athletics. I think it's a great cause. I've worked with adaptive athletics programs in the past on my own. I worked with an organization called Team Best Buddies. Shout out Timothy Bolin from Arizona. This is a Vegas-centric effort that Ken is a part of, and they're going to have Team Hoyt's going to have 13 runners with adaptive athletics who are all going to be pushing wheelchairs on the course at the Las Vegas Rock and Roll Half Marathon this weekend. Pretty awesome to have that available to these people here in Vegas and in Henderson. Jake and I are going to take a quick break from commentary, but we're going to keep the cameras rolling. We're going to keep the views here for you at the Jackpot Ultras 2026. We've already seen a world record set. Congratulations to Ashley Pollson. And we've seen a men's national champion crowned in Raj Panu. We've still got plenty of racing yet to go. We are going to be here through the podiums and maybe a little bit further if things remain this hot and heavy. So stick around here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. We'll be back. Thank you for joining us here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada, site of the 2026 Jackpot Ultras, presented by AeroViper Running and Mountain Outpost. I'm Chris Warden, joined by Jake Jackson, and thanks for hanging out with us as we were all privileged enough to witness some history here. We had a new world record established in the women's 100-mile discipline by Ashley Pollson. 12:19:34 is what it says on the screen. I think it's somewhere around there. It could be 12:19:35. Okay, thank you. And of course, that is pending ratification. I did go over and saw that the USATF representatives were working with Ashley and Raj Panu, who won the men's race and is a now two-time, actually they're both two-time USATF 100-mile champions. So Raj finishing in 11:38:56, a PR for him and a course record here at Jackpot, which, in some ways, kind of makes you, think what's next for these runners and for this sport. I mean, people are just getting so fast in ultra running, not only just on the trails, but here on, the road and flatter distances as well. There has been some shakeup in the women's race as Jenny Arnson has moved up into third place. Our next anticipated finisher could be Scott Munson, could be Edher Ramirez, could be Pete Castellnik. The three of them are all within a mile or two of one another. And Chad Lacader rounding out the top five. Chad Lacader going for an American age group record that was set by Jonah Backstrom here at Jackpot a couple years ago. And then on the women's side, as we mentioned, Ashley Pollson setting a new world record in the 100-mile, 12:19:34. I mean, the previous world record mark was 12:37:04, established just 2 months ago by Katrina Jennings at Tunnel Hill. And what happened here, I mean, just amazing. It's, 17 and a half minute improvement upon that world record.
When do you think we're going to hit the limit of human possibility?
Probably after I'm gone. I won't see the limits of human possibility. We're constantly getting faster. I mean, yeah, there is going to be a point where it levels off, but especially when you're talking about this kind of discipline. I mean, there's a belief, depending on who you believe, like there's a lot of thought that, all it would take for the current world record ultra numbers to be obliterated is for a few Kenyans to gain interest. Who knows? But I don't think we're anywhere near. Like, I was shocked half an hour ago when Ashley beat the record. But if somebody came out and beat her time, 2 months from now, I wouldn't be shocked, because that's just how the sport works. Yeah, thanks to everybody joining us here. We are here at the very least through the men's and women's podiums. current second place in the men's race, Scott Munson. See if we can get an idea on what we're looking at there. Actually, less than 5 miles to the finish. Probably about 4 miles to the finish at this point. Looking like perhaps maybe about a 13:40 100-mile finish here for Scott potentially. Your current third place is Eder Ramirez. And Eder, potentially estimated time of 13:43. And Pete Castellnik, I believe, was looking at a 13:54 finish potentially. So we might have ourselves a bit of a race here, as Scott and Eder are on the same loop at this point. Scott currently is ahead of Eder Ramirez by 3 minutes and 29 seconds on the same loop. It's getting pretty spicy out there.
Yeah, I just saw both of them go by, and they are both running really well. So it's going to be a close one.
Of course, there is prize money at stake here, so there is something to keep an eye on here. I saw our respective men's and women's winners, Ashley and Raj, being escorted over to the testing area.
Are they still both in the? I know Ashley's still over there.
Yeah, Ashley completed her testing, and then Raj went in for his next.
Okay.
So. Chad Lacader, as we mentioned, going for the age group American standard, the 50 to 54, held by Jonah Backstrom. I believe we said that was about 14:11.
Yes.
Well, Chad is looking like a predicted 14:03.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah, all of the top runners, they are running really well. They look really good. Didn't seem like any of them were struggling at all.
this could be the dividends of the daytime temperatures really paying
True.
off here. Of course, we were complaining about how cold it was a little bit ago, but it just meant that we didn't see, any sort of intense daytime temperatures
No.
here.
So did you actually see Raj walking around afterwards, or yeah, was he moving well, or
No,
no? Okay,
he was.
he wasn't jumping up and down like Ashley was.
No. Ashley was out there posing for pictures and looked like $1 million out there. I did just see Disco Annie
Oh, did you?
go by through. You'll be able to see her go by. There we go.
Oh yeah.
The incomparable Ann Trayson going to be coming through the finisher chute here in just a few moments. And knowing Ann like I've gotten to over the recent time spending with her across the years, I'm sure she is absolutely tickled at the idea that she was able to be here when Ashley set the world record.
Yeah.
And has shown nothing but grace in her return to the sport. And low-key story, about Ann. I don't think she would get upset about this. I think that it just speaks to what kind of person she is. I was so excited after her return and her ability to get a buckle it across the years that I asked her, I said, hey, Ann, we gotta, you gotta interview with us after this. AJW and I would love to have a conversation with you. And she's like, okay, all right. And after she decided she was done, I said, hey, Ann, whenever you're ready, you can come on over to the desk and we'll have a conversation. And Ann goes, well, the race isn't over. Huh? She's like, I'm not doing an interview until everybody is done.
Right.
Like, wow, that's somebody, who wants to make sure everybody gets their recognition, their just desserts, and somebody who has been, more often than not the first finisher in a race, not the final finisher in a race. So I have so much respect and admiration for Ann and the spirit that she brings to this sport, whether you're somebody who is, challenging one of her records or somebody who is at the back of the pack. Ann's got nothing but love for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, our top 5 in the women's race, as we mentioned, Ashley Pollson, Kaylee Frederick. I did see Kaylee come through the start-finish line area. She's not having the greatest time.
Okay.
But she's moving well.
Yeah.
Kind of like the vibe that I got from, I think if I heard her correctly, is like, this is hard, but I'm going to do it.
Okay.
And both can be true. There's
Stella
Stella
go by.
Springer right there.
Jordan.
You get so used to seeing these runners that we, not only see here, but on a regular basis anywhere.
Yeah, I gave Jordan a high five, and he was very happy to get some motivation.
Mhm.
Just somebody acknowledging that he's out there running. We
He
see
feeds
you,
off of
Jordan.
it. He really does.
Yeah.
Did you see that Stella's not wearing a hat?
I did. You're not okay. So thank you. Jordan back here in the studio said, "Did you see Stella's not wearing a hat?" I pointed that out to multiple people, and they're like, "Huh, she's not." I've never seen Stella race not in a hat.
I think it's like I've seen one or two photos of her without a hat. But
Yeah.
Yeah, just every photo that I've seen of Stella has been in a cap of some kind. So, which I found quite unusual because it's cold out there.
Yeah.
Like it says 47 down in the corner. I'm taking the under on that one.
Yeah, it's closer you get to the water, I'd say it's colder.
Absolutely. There's Adair Ramirez, our current M3. Adair trending towards, looking like a sub 14 perhaps. Yeah, Ashley Pollson, for those that want to, go back and watch it, across the finish line, Ashley Pollson accomplished the feat no more than an hour ago.
Yeah.
Real ones will know what line I picked there, but yeah, Ashley Pollson at 12:19:34 on the race clock, setting a new worldwide standard in our sport. Beating a record that held for just 2 months and beat it by over 17 minutes.
And now to get ready for the Monster 300 and the Triple Crown of 200s.
Oh, is that what she's doing this year?
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Yeah.
So she's taking the Sally McRae approach to running the 100-mile USATF championships as a warm-up
Right.
for the season. It's incredible. lot
And
of talent.
knowing her, she's going out to win every single one of those races too.
I mean, you know, those Utah 200-mile runners are a different breed.
Yes, they are.
There's Pete Castellnik in the white. It is a little bit weird seeing him not in certain kits
Yes.
for the first time in
Yeah.
10 years. Yeah, Scott Munson very close to the finish here. Looking, looks like he's picked up the pace a little bit here. 7:43 mile for his last.
Okay.
7:43 mile pace for his last loop. Oh, he's picked up the pace a lot. He started to fade out a little bit there. If you look back towards his maybe loops like, you know, in the 70s when he was like basically mile 82 to 95. And then starting at mile 96, I guess Smell in the Barn went from running 9-minute mile pace to 7:45 pace. He's like,
That's a big swing there.
Yeah,
Jeez.
he's like, I'm done.
Way to go. Yeah.
I really thought there was a chance that Ed Hare was going to have an outside shot to run him down, but at this point, I don't think that it's going to happen. I don't think there's enough runway for it to happen. I mean, Ed Hare's still moving really well. He's been much steadier, you know, keeping the paces under 8:30 for almost the entirety of the day. There's Kaylee Frederick right there. 21-year-old, as I like to say, 21-year-old grizzled veteran. I should probably trademark that one because I'm going to be seeing a lot of her at these races in the years to come.
7-year veteran in ultra running at 21. Wow.
And I do love when you see somebody who has worked their way up from, you know, one level to another, as we see Stella Springer chasing a world record as well. I think that Stella, and we'll talk about that in the laps to come. It's just a matter of time before Stella finishes this race and establishes a new 55 to 59 age group women's world record.
Wow. Cover shot right there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, I have to do some coverage of this race, and I've got some things to talk about.
Yeah, I wonder what that's going to do for the race in general next year. You know, you have a world record holder that
Oh yeah,
finished the race here, so
and people
who knows?
and controversy with you know, the course measurement a couple of years ago. That's the second time it's happened, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if the course had been, course measurement had been accurate, Camille absolutely would have broken the record at that time.
True.
So I think that we're going to see that the Jackpot course is one where if you have a good day and you're that talented of a runner, yeah, you can challenge, you know, some very high water marks. I mean, you know, but I mean, how many women out there are going to be able to challenge a 1900 mile? I mean, I would have to start with the previous two, you know, record holders, Camille and Katrina Jennings.
Well, you have and Flower. I'm sure
and Flower would make
she's
it
definitely
interesting.
capable.
I think maybe Tara Dower if she wanted to run on something flat.
Mm-hmm.
But the list of people who I can think of off the top of my head that would be able to mount a challenge to it at this point in time is pretty short. Obviously, all it takes is, I'm speaking way too flippantly about this, but like, somebody to focus and dedicate a training cycle to see whether or not they can.
Right.
But I think that it is, it is up to somebody to choose to specialize at this discipline in order to challenge some of these records. I think that we saw Sorokin, better the 100-mile men's record, and since then nobody's come close. Not even Sorokin.
No. Yeah.
Like, has anybody run under, 11:30 even in the last couple of years? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you break it by such a huge margin. It's like, oh boy, and who can even get close to that?
Yeah, I mean, does that serve? And you run at these levels, Jake. I mean, does that serve as like a deterrent potentially? Like, oh my goodness, I think I need to reassess whether or not I can, mount a challenge to that number, because I know that you've challenged certain age group American records in your career.
Yeah.
So
I mean, just in the 24-hour discipline, you think of the American record of, what is it, 173 now?
Mhm.
But the world record is literally a marathon further.
Which
so
is
how do you even wrap your head
wild.
around that?
yeah, I would love to see Sorokin at Desert Solstice make a stab at 200.
Yeah.
I think, and also just think about the context of what his 198 in 24 actually was. It's running 100 miles in under 12 hours and running 98 more in the next 12 hours.
Right.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Too hard to wrap your brain around.
Yeah. But yeah, now with a new women's 100-mile standard established by Ashley Pollson, it'll be interesting to see where the sport goes from here. I mean, we've got some very competitive. Oh, there's another name that I think that could potentially mount a challenge if they chose to focus on it, and that'd be Meg Eckert.
True.
I think Meg Eckert is capable of running. I think that you just have to start with the list of runners that you think could run sub 13 on a flat surface.
Right.
And Meg Eckert is part of that very short list.
Well, like we were talking earlier, someone, Molly Seidel, who's just getting into ultra running, still very competitive at the marathon distance.
Yeah.
If she set her mind on setting a world record, she's another person that could,
Watching Molly last weekend, Jake, the thing that I came away with that was so incredible to me was, and we spoke with her coach, Cliff Pittman, who was out there crewing her, and the thing about Molly's run last weekend is that she showed her inexperience in a lot of ways out there. Did a lot of things that a lot of people would ordinarily question. Obviously, how do you question an Olympian?
Right.
But at the same time, like for instance, she left Bumblebee without any heat mitigation. Like, she didn't have an ice buff or anything like that. And, little things like that people noticed as they were watching. And she still finished fourth in a golden ticket
Right.
race, which means to me, like what I basically said afterwards to anybody that would listen when I was having these conversations, is that Molly's going to come in and just dominate. Like once she has the nuances figured out in, the transfer from marathons to ultras, Molly could potentially just dominate the sport for 5 years.
Right.
Could go on a Courtney type run here of sheer, butt kicking. It wouldn't surprise me to see Molly Seidel actually come in and start chasing down those longer records as well.
And yeah, and in her head, is it eventually? I mean, obviously she wants to do Western States, but is it like I'm working towards something harder like UTMB, more technical, more mountainous races, or does she do Western and say, well, maybe I want to go the other direction and chase some of the flatter stuff?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And she's well known and a sponsored athlete that I think she could probably choose. Sometimes when you get signed as a sponsored athlete, they have a list of races that you're required to run because that's where they want you to be.
Yeah.
But someone like Molly could just be like, I want to do this, and that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I think that's a tail wagging the dog kind of situation
Right.
when you talk about somebody of her stature. Yeah, Mountain Dad mentioning when I mentioned who could mount a challenge to this, you look at how we got here. And Ashley Pollson, at age 44, improved upon her PR by almost 100 minutes, basically, and mentions Tara Dower. I think, Tara Dower running a 13:30 at Javelina is unbelievably impressive. I mean, we hadn't seen anybody break 14. When Camille ran a 14:03, I thought that was going to hold for a while, but
right.
And it did. It held for a handful of years, but then for Tara to run under that by 30 minutes was wild.
Yeah.
And it's going to take somebody who is capable of that kind of number. Like, you have to start with somebody who can run 14 before you figure out whether or not they can run sub 13. And yeah, that list again quite short.
Right.
So.
And does Tara see Javelina as that's as flat as I want to go? Everybody says Javelina's a flat course, and it's not. I mean,
No.
there's some
7,000
5,000 or 6,000.
feet of-
Yeah. But in the trail world, it's a flat course
Yeah.
compared to the mountainous races. So, yeah.
It's like when people talk about Boston, you've run Boston, and people talk about Heartbreak Hill, and you look at the elevation gain of it. Like, if you're a trail runner, it doesn't look like that.
It's laughable. Yeah.
But it's a completely different set of circumstances.
Right.
Like, you're not training for huge hills if you're looking to run a fast marathon.
No.
You might use hills as part of your training, but it's not like you're using the Grand Canyon necessarily, unless you're Jim.
You're not breaking 2 hours at Boston.
Exactly. Yeah. Is this Scott on his final lap? Scott Munson?
Very cool.
Love the fact that we're putting our follow filmers through the ringer. If Scott was accelerating still to the point where he was before, our follow filmer might be in for it. Scott Munson, our M2, which means our M3, Eder Ramirez, is also probably not too far out as well.
And Scott is, a little bit of an unknown going into this
Yeah.
race. We didn't really know what he was capable of. He did run Fat Ox last year, came in third with 122 miles, but...
Yeah, this is a different level
Yeah.
to that, though. I mean...
You look at his ultrasonic, it's a lot of, like, SoCal, 50K, 50-mile, 100K.
I mean, this is a sub 1,400 miler here
Yeah,
that
he's
we're
celebrating
looking at.
there. That's awesome.
This is a statement run for
Yeah, oh,
him.
yeah.
This is the kind of thing where, when you see somebody do something like this for the first time, we're going to see them at Solstice going for, a 24-hour national team berth or something like these.
Exactly.
Jake, this is your competition this year.
Yep.
These are the people that you're going to be finding yourself mixing it up with here in December.
Yeah, and I love it. I mean, it seemed like the 24 I was kind of the same guys every year, same, ladies, and I love being able to see new faces out there.
I think that with the last cycle for Worlds 2025, I think that there was a bit of a significant shift
Yeah.
in in the runner pool. You know, when you look at some of the names who ran the standards, you know, they were not all familiar names. There were a
Yeah.
few,
Yeah.
but
I mean, even on the women's side, to see how many people actually qualified for the team, the list
Right?
was so long.
yeah, there was like 14 or 15
Yeah.
women who ran the qualifying standard, and they're all like, there is no such thing as, you know, aging out of these 24-hour numbers the way runners are
Absolutely not.
going right now. I mean,
Yeah.
Stella Springer at 54 finished in the top 15 in the world. You know, it's not like there was some sort of like soft American qualification standard or something like that. This is, you know, somebody who basically not only showed that, you know, not only was willing to fill out the national team after showing up as an alternate, but proved they belong.
Right.
You know, and same
I
with
mean,
Kaylee.
Yeah, I mean,
Who on the other end is
Scott here, 35 years old. That's right around when I got into ultra running. So
Mhm.
he's, you know, far exceeding where I was at that point. So he's got a good 10, 15 years of solid times and distances that he can run.
yeah, it's great to see a performance such as this, and I don't think it's speaking out of turn to say that this is a huge breakout performance for Scott Munson. So if I can load it up, it looks like Scott Munson might have a couple of FKTs out there somewhere too. He might be one of
Okay.
those people, you know, coming in through the side door.
Very cool.
Like call it the Jeff Garmeyer approach.
Right?
I remember when Jeff came out here a few years ago and dropped 200 on the race on the 48 hour, and I was like, where did that come from? Like, it's not that I didn't think he was capable, but like, I could have never fathomed Jeff Garmeyer running for 48 hours on concrete. But he had his little dalliance with racing, you know, quote, shorter stuff, like
Yeah.
48 hours and 100 milers, and then he's now back to doing FKTs again.
Well, that was something I had talked to Troy when I met him at ATY, asking him, you know, when is he going to start doing races after running, you know, 10,000 miles last year? Because I'd love to see what he could do in, you know, a 6-day race or,
Yeah.
I mean, just to have that much mental strength to run 10,000 miles in a year. Let's try to bottle it up into one race and see what you can do. Scott is going to put a huge dent in his 100-mile PR.
Yeah.
Take off, what is that, 7, 8, about 9 hours off of his 100-mile PR at AC 100?
Yep. It's wild. So Scott Munson has, I mean, you being from sort of the same neck of the woods, he has these are all unsupported, Verdugo Mountain Traverse, Griffith Park Loop, Pacific Palisades to Tarzana, and Fryman Canyon.
Okay.
So I don't know if
Must be
you're familiar with any of those.
shorter ones, I guess.
The longest of those is 3 hours, 13 minutes.
Okay.
Here we go.
Way to go, Scott.
13:37:05 perhaps. And Eder Ramirez is going to finish fairly quickly after this. Because if my calculations are correct, Eder is on the last lap or two as well. Yeah, Eder is he is on his final loop as well.
Nice.
So I assume, yeah, it looks like our follow filmer is basically going to go out backwards to catch Eder because he knows he's sure as hell not going to catch him the other way.
Yep.
And shortly after Eder Ramirez, we're going to be looking for Pete Castellnik as well.
Yep.
And again, I think we're both in agreement here. Pete, on his second to last loop from the looks of things, to see him come back to this sport and in consecutive years, potentially establish if things hold up, he could PR. Basically, I think the PR is pretty well within reach here.
I think so, yeah.
Looking at sub 14 is the real goal, though. He wants to pop a 13 number.
Right.
And Pete, who has been around for seemingly forever, is still only 38 years old.
Yeah.
Still a young guy. Of course, he and his partner Lindsay got married last year. Lindsay, a fantastic runner in her own right on the Air Viper racing team. Shout out to her for crewing him and Rory Monahan. I can't imagine crewing Rory. I'll talk about a guy who's pure extra. I'm probably going to ask you to update his socials every 20 minutes. I'm just kidding, Rory. Nothing but love.
Well, this is going to round out the top three for the
Yeah.
men. That is amazing.
Podium comes in hot when it.
All three under 14 hours.
I'd be curious to see how that compares with most recent jackpot numbers. Let's see. In 2025, the men's podium, Cody Poskin, 1326, Nathan Brown, 1359, Braden Ragau, 1536. So, yeah, a quicker day at work for us.
Yeah.
2 years ago, Raj Panu, 1158, Jonah Backstrom, 1411.37, and Nick Elbin, 1558. I told you going in, 16 hours is usually whereabouts it kind of, is where we end up being. The previous year, Jonah Backstrom, 1411, Zach Marin, 1448, Pete Castellnik, 1547. I remember that run. Pete didn't realize that he I think it was that year where he actually ran down the M4 that year to finish in third.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that was actually a late push by him, and worked out for him.
Yeah.
You can see our runner not wanting to go too far out. Been working pretty hard, so gonna do his best to catch Eder Ramirez on the final approach. If you've never met Eder Ramirez, it's just a wonderful guy. Always having a blast out there, and and always willing to have a conversation about running. Like, he's always been very open and forthcoming with me. So, watching him at Mogollon and watching him at Cocodona has been a treat, and getting to see him, yet again have a great day. And he, like I said, he's going to have a chance to watch 10 o'clock news from home this year if he hurries.
First person to be home from the race.
Right? Finished third. Like somebody like Maya or, Sierra DeGroff running the 50 miler tomorrow. The fact that they can run these races and then.
There he is.
Oh, moving really well.
I think he's got another big year coming up too. If I'm not mistaken.
So rounding out our men's podium, Eder Ramirez. And just to emphasize how fast this podium is, just a couple years ago, just 3 years ago, Pete Castellnik rounded out the podium with a 14:48. So this year, the podium is a full hour faster than it was 2 or 3 years ago. Actually, 2 hours faster than the 2024 or than the 2025 podium.
Oh, so he only has Cocodona up next. A little short 250-mile race.
Yeah. Maybe he's slow playing the rest of the year. So, last year the podium was rounded out with a 15:36. This year it's a 13:44, 45.
Yep.
With Eder Ramirez finishing third here. It's going to be probably about a 44 high, 45 low. Very close to the finish line here. Your third place in the men's race. And think about all the, there's cash prize for finishing top three, and he didn't have to go to a hotel room.
Right.
He didn't have to pay for a plane ticket. This is pure cash money profit.
He's another one, had a former PR at AC 100, so he chopped off about 8 hours off his PR.
There he is.
Way to go.
Eder Ramirez. 13:44, maybe 41. Rounding out our men's podium.
Nice kids. Yeah.
I love it.
That's awesome.
That's one thing that I have grown to appreciate is seeing, Eder's family, like always, there to support him.
Yeah.
Like I said, truly a good guy, and you can see, how much support and love he gets from his family after running a hell of a race.
Well, that's our top three men.
And we do expect Pete Castellnik to finish between now and the top of the hour, which would be our M4. We'll keep an eye out for him as well. But the pure knockdown drag out speed of this field is pretty great. Chad Lacader, not very far back either. Yeah, so Pete is basically a loop and change from the finish. And Chad Lacader is maybe 2 full loops from the finish. Our next women's finisher would be expected to be Kaylee Frederick, about a 10K from the finish. But Jenny Arnson, maybe about 8 miles out. Janelle Stark, about 10, oh, yeah, about 10 miles out. And Stella Springer, basically on the same loop as Janelle Stark.
Okay.
So you're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runners within 10 miles of the finish here. And we're only, 13:47 into the race. Like, that's pretty fantastic. Extremely fast runners here at the Jackpot 100-mile USATF Championships. Did they both race Angeles Crest the same year?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably explains why they were so quick to chat with one another.
Yeah. See, Scott came 9th overall 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have, let's see, 21. So, yeah, Ed must have come in sooner than that because he had a shorter finish time. So they obviously know each other.
So the year that Adair, finished, or the year that Scott finished 9th overall, 8th male, Adair was 5th overall, 5th male.
Okay.
And only about an hour 20 apart. So, as is like for a trail ultra, you're not always trying to rush to get out of there.
Yeah.
Of course, we also mentioned Scott Munson with 122 miles at Fat Ox in 2025, which is, which is an extremely respectable number. But really, I mean, I'll be honest, it didn't portend what we saw here today.
Right.
Like, this was, it's like when you have a guy just have a breakout game or breakout performance. That was exactly what we saw from Scott Munson today. Looking forward to see what he does next.
Pete should be crossing the finish line here any minute.
Pete Castellnik probably just about there to the finish. I know that, I think it's probably in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
I think given where he was at before.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's reached the timing mat on the other side, so should definitely go under 14 hours.
Which would be, I know that he'd be ecstatic for that.
Oh yeah. They usually do an award show the next morning, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, good.
See if Pete has hit the far side yet. Doesn't look like he has registered that far timing mat just yet.
Tim Higgum coming through with the yellow beanie, and I was speaking with his wife, and I think she was saying that he's on pace for some Canadian record.
Oh.
I don't know if it was an age group record. I don't think it's the Canadian 100-mile overall record, but she said he had a little bit of a low spot, but has rallied back and has been pushing it the past couple miles. He had a goal of going sub 15, and from the tracker, it's got him finishing around 14:45. So
That would
might have another PR day.
A lot of people having a good day out here. I love to see it. The 2026 Jackpot Ultras presented by Mountain Outpost, an Aravaipa running race. Of course, created by the one, the only Ken Rubley. There's Kaylee Frederick and Stella Springer. Getting closer to their race finishes. Kaylee, a handful of miles out. Stella, still about 9 miles out at this point. Yeah, I have to admire, these individuals that are doing the 48-hour, who are, well, there's John Swanson right there. Like, with how cold it's gotten, you couldn't get me out of the course. I'd be in my tent or hanging out at the aid station eating soup. Like, there's just no way. My tolerance for such balderdash has completely evaporated over time.
Is there anybody in the 48-hour race that was showing any big numbers?
I don't know.
Let's see. Greg Salveson?
Yeah, I saw he's been leading for quite a while.
Yeah. 83
Salveson,
miles in.
That's a pretty big number for the start of a 48-hour.
Yeah.
Same with Maya Detmer at 71 miles at 13:37. I mean, you're talking, in a 48-hour race, depending on how much of a rest Maya needs to take. I mean, at this point, you're talking maybe a 210, 215 type of day potentially for Maya, which would be, you want to talk about a number that serves notice. That would be super impressive.
Still waiting on Pete here. He should be coming in any moment.
Yeah.
In the next minute or so.
Get back to the start-finish line cam here so we can catch Pete crossing the finish. He hit the far side at 13:52:47.
That may be him right there in the white shirt.
Yeah, somebody's moving pretty quickly behind us. Yeah, that's Pete right there.
Him.
Pete Castellnik,
Way to
your
go, Pete.
4th overall. legend at the sport of ultra running at this point.
He's got to be pleased with that.
13:57.24.
Big smile.
Yeah, big smile. (14:17) into the race. We have a handful of finishers. We have our top 5 in the men's race. We're currently awaiting our F2. It's like Tim Higham, our M6, could be coming in. Looks like he is about 97 miles in, so you're talking about a 10K, or 5K rather.
Right.
And Kaylee Frederick is on the same loop. Jenny Arnson, and then Stella Springer and Janelle Stark. It looks like Stella has passed Janelle Stark.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Stella's predicted finish time, according to our system, has pulled off a little bit from her PR pace, but still a 15:33.48, which would establish a world record in her age group by still about 81 minutes. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, currently Stella is about 7.5 miles out. So, and the way she's moving, yeah, I mean, you're talking 70 minutes, give or take, 75 minutes. Yeah, you know, Jenny Arnson is somebody who it doesn't seem like we were all that familiar with heading into this race, and has moved herself into third place, steadily grinding up the standings. And we'll see if we can get some information on Jenny. Out of Vernon, Texas. Jenny Arnson, magical age of 48.
That's the number.
That's the number. Did a 115 in 24 hours at the Bountiful Endurance Runs last year. Won the 200 miler at the Viper.
I have never heard of that race. That
I
must be a
haven't either.
looped race if they have a 200-mile distance.
Out of Cordova, Tennessee, they have a 200, a 100, 100-mile relay, and a 53K.
Okay. Huh.
Well, I recognize that Jackson Wolf was
yeah.
first overall in that race. Of course, Jackson, now a resident of Flagstaff, ran Cocodona last year. Yeah, Jenny Arnson, I mean, some decent results, but again, this is an outlier in a positive way.
Yeah. She has one last man standing race on here, so that's probably the most similar, I would say.
I ran Haviland 100 in 2023 with a time of 25:14.54, so this is several notches above that.
Yeah.
To be, completely honest, the skill set, it's always interesting to see which runners adapt or are stronger at one way or one discipline or another. You take some runners, like for instance, I think Bob Hearn comes to mind as an individual who, on the road, or on a track, I could see Bob, even though now he's quote aged up into the 60 to 64 category, 14 and a half hours,
Right.
But on a trail race, like, and part of it is the fact that he has different goals when he runs javelina, but it might take him 21, 22 hours.
Yeah.
The delta there is quite wide. But then again, it's because he's faster than just about anybody on the track, and I guess that maybe like running the trails makes him a little bit mortal, perhaps.
Yeah, I
in
think
some
his
cases.
mind and the way it works, you can break down the flat road races a lot more, split wise than a trail race maybe.
And the way that man's mind works
Yeah,
is
it's-
truly next level.
Yeah.
Bob Hearn, one of the smartest individuals I've ever met.
He was by far the first person when I started going into 24-hour races looked into to see, his tips and how he managed to race so well.
I use him as a resource for when I'm broadcasting because he knows how to break down, a race and how to approach it and what a runner's doing right. And also, if you ever look at his splits when he's doing a 24-hour race, he has a very specific system on how he approaches his pacing. And his pace chart looks like a saw blade.
Yeah.
And it's a very perfectly measured saw blade.
Right.
Because he will run and then he'll take, a walk break, walk for a little bit of time, and then he'll start running again. And he's so good at doing it.
Yeah. And he does that literally from the start of the race.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll see him start to take a walk break at before mile 10.
Right.
Because that's what he knows how to do. And he's put up 150 plus in 24 hours, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Oh, you better not be going through system maintenance Southwest Airlines website as I'm trying to check in for my flight. Oh, I am checked in. Whew. Boarding starts at 6:10 a.m.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, I can even go get a little bit of a nap.
Yep.
Oh, middle seat. I feel like I've lost the lottery. Although it is only a 45-minute flight.
It was better than last year's travels coming out here, right?
Yeah, good memory. Where AJW and I found ourselves stranded in San Francisco. Yeah, and so AJW and I, the airline that we took, apparently they closed their doors like 20 plus minutes before takeoff, and we were sitting right there, and they basically just, they didn't change they changed the gate, but like we didn't get a notification in the app, and they said, well, they announced it over the intercom. It's like, who's listening?
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell you my flight number 99 times out of 100 when I fly.
Right.
But, and then we got over there. And what's funny is that we were 2 of perhaps 10 people who all missed that same
really?
flight. And so, like, I went downstairs, and AJW went downstairs, and he decided that he was going to stay in San Francisco and try and get a flight the next day.
Okay.
And he ended up not getting to town until, like, in the middle of the afternoon.
Right.
Whereas I flew back to Phoenix, and I hopped the first flight in the morning I could, and it was kind of funny. It was kind of surreal. I'm, like, sitting in the plane looking outside, and, like, I think that I got here maybe 10 minutes after start, but I could look outside and I could see Cornerstone Park, and I was like, I'm supposed to be down there right now.
Yeah, I was having kind of like nightmares all week, thinking they're gonna throw me to the wolves, and Chris is not gonna be here, and I'm gonna have to like do this, raw dog style by myself, first time on the live stream. Like, oh god.
No, you'd have been fantastic if you had to, but no, I'm glad that I was here to have you here as a co-host was truly a great time here at Jackpot. So, an excellent job. You were able to share your knowledge and impart your experience and wisdom in this format like few people can. Not only are you experienced in running this discipline, you're familiar with, most of the major competitors in this space.
Yeah, it's been quite a bit easier just being at the race for, 4 or 5 years, and we're always easy to chit-chat with each other, so
For sure.
it's been a lot of fun.
We just saw Kaylee Frederick and Stella Springer go by. Kaylee looks like she's hurting.
Yeah, she's had a grimace on her face the past hour at least. But
She's almost done.
yeah. She got about 2 more loops, it looks like.
You can see, the participants in the 48-hour. A couple people here and there having a little bit of that 12:30 lean at this point.
Yeah. Things start really getting quiet out there.
Yeah.
At midnight, 1 a.m., people start heading over to their tents to take a nap.
Yeah, this is the kind of night where I end up in a hotel, Jake. Like, there's no way I'm staying in a tent. And yeah, that says 45, but it doesn't feel like 45. I don't care what my phone says. With a low incoming of about 35 degrees. Yeah, we just happened to get a very cold snap of a weekend. I mean, the highs will be back to the 70s by Monday.
Yeah. Great for the runners, but
Yeah.
everybody else, it's been chilly.
And I think that, maybe some of the cooler temperatures did lead to, some body preservation over the course of the race.
Yeah.
Looks like we had another person withdraw from the USATF Championships, Trisha Steidel. Trisha got to mile 65
Wow.
before calling it. Was still pacing at the time for about a 20-hour 100-miler. But again, that's a long way to go when you're
Yeah.
not feeling it. I can't believe Las Vegas gets this cold. Henderson either, for that matter.
Oh, really?
Oh, Reno got dumped on this week. Reno in Northern California and the Tahoe area. I mean, Ann Trayson posted pictures of snow basically all over her house. Yeah, Tim Higgum was looking for a sub 15.
Sub 15, yeah.
Looking like he is cruising towards about a 14:45. So
Awesome.
gonna hit the numbers he's looking for. You said he's a burrito leaguer.
No, he was part of the Canadian 24-hour
that's
team.
Right. Yeah. I'd be lying, Jake, if I said I never looked into what the qualifications were to represent another country in the 24-hour World Championships. Like,
There's Tim.
you see, like, for instance, at the World Baseball Classic, you'll have somebody whose grandparents are from the old country, and and maybe they never lived in Italy or
Right.
never were a citizen, but one generation removed, first generation American on my mom's side. I might have looked at those numbers in the Philippines to see whether or not, I couldn't qualify for the American national team, no doubt. You're talking, geez, Jake, you're going to have to run 160 and 24
I know.
this cycle. You know that, right?
I keep waiting for that year to come. And yeah.
I mean, but, say the Philippines is like 110, like 115. I mean, is 50% heritage enough for me to qualify
Right.
for the Filipino national team?
Well, yeah, Tim, he's a dual citizen now, so I kept teasing him about, if you could pick one or the other, which one? And he's like, well, I know pretty sure that he can make the Canadian team, so it's kind of a given.
I mean, and I'm not speaking flippantly. Like, I know it would still be a ton of work for me to get to the point where I would ran 110 plus in 24 hours, but I can hear the life of the party just outside. You can see her on the screen.
Yep.
We just saw her go by through our little hole in the corner.
Yep.
The one, the only Ann Trayson coming into your view behind this runner here. I think that Ann is decked out like a cabbie a cab that I took once upon a time in New Orleans. I'm just kidding. I love Ann. She is amazing. There's the disco ball, the one that Ken Rubeli mentioned. Again, no finer ambassador for the sport. Ann Trayson, somebody right there who has
Look
done
at that
it all.
outfit. That is amazing. That's like a puffy top and bottom.
Yeah, despite the physical complications that she's encountered with rheumatoid arthritis after her amazingly illustrious career, we went chapter and verse down. 14-time Western States champion, Leadville course record holder until just last year. Ann is, we are blessed to have her back in the sport that she helped define for
Yeah.
20 years.
Huge inspiration for a lot of runners.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, you were out there for a while at Across the Years. I was out there the entire week, and people just couldn't get enough of Anne. I mean, everybody who went by, offered, congratulations and support. And oh man, I don't know if you saw the lead up to when she hit the 100-mile mark.
No,
because
I
that was
didn't.
not like in the plan.
Right. Yeah, she was going out to do, what, a 50K, I believe?
Yeah, she was going to do a 50K in 6 days, and
Yeah.
she caught the bug.
Right. What are they calling it? Buckle fever?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, is that Shannon Weir who did the
I think
the
so.
book? Yeah, and so Anne didn't realize as she was approaching the finishing of her 100-mile loop that there were like 100 people behind her, just like basically cheering her on, and then she like stopped to turn around, and like everybody started hooting and hollering, and she basically said thank you.
That's awesome.
And a truly inspirational moment by the greatest athlete in ultra running history. Just
Yeah, people talk about the greatest of all time, and the younger generation might see Courtney Dauwalter as being the greatest of all time, and
that's
she's
fair.
right there up there.
Yeah.
But before Courtney, there was Anne.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, who knows? Maybe in another 30 years, Courtney is doing the same thing.
Right.
Like watching everything come full circle would be really wild.
Kaylee coming through.
Yeah,
She's got
getting
one more
real
loop
close.
to go.
So Tim Higham has hit the far side. Just about 20 seconds ago. So on his last half lap here. Yeah, Kaylee Frederick and Jenny Arnson, assuming things hold to form, are going to be not very far back.
So Tim's going to have another huge PR too. Let's see, 15:14 was his. Oh no, I'm looking at Jordan. 16:22 at Jackpot. So hour, almost an hour off.
It's amazing.
That's great.
Stella keeping tabs on her. She's fallen off the pace to set a PR at this point. Looking at about 15:42, give or take. Again, still going to set a world record by over an hour.
Yeah.
If things hold to current form.
There's Stella.
She's moving quicker that time around.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kaylee Frederick on her final lap. Not too far back from Tim Higham. Jenny Arnson about 2 miles to go to wrap up her race. Yeah, I did get a text from Sierra DeGroff. We thought she might be able to join us today, but apparently work got in the way.
Okay.
So she's going to be out here tomorrow running the 50-mile. Hopefully she's recovered from being Tara Dower's rabbit.
Yeah.
Is that Jenny Arnson right there? Yeah, that
might
is.
be, yeah.
Moving really well. Yeah, Jenny, it's probably too late for her to run down Kaylee, but Kaylee's most recent pace is about 9:40, 9:45, whereas Jenny going about 8:45, actually running below her average paces at this point for these last couple loops. Stella has slowed down somewhat, doing about a 9:30, 9:35 pace per mile pace for her loops. Yeah, it's fun to see people, pop a number late. Yeah, Tim running about an 8:32 pace after an 8:47 all day pace. So
Right.
just wanted to try and get it done.
Here he comes. You hear his wife in the
Yeah,
background.
looking to move and strong.
He's got his daughters out here and his wife. Great job.
Tim Higgum, your sixth place man in the Jackpot Ultras USATF 100-mile championship. Just a little bit under 14:44. And our next expected finisher should be Kaylee Frederick, the second place woman in the race.
Yeah, the next 4 finishers all look like women coming in.
Yeah. Tim's official time was 14:43:35. You're looking right there at F2, Kaylee Frederick, 21 years old, the 7-year veteran of the ultra running scene. Almost done here at the Jackpot 100-mile USATF Championships. Half the age of the champion.
Yeah. And she's been really steady all day long.
Yeah. And you can tell Kaylee is not someone to hide. This is my first time watching her up close. She's not hiding it, the fact
No.
that she is. She's been working through it a little bit.
Right.
But, still going to finish under 15 hours in the 100-miler at the age of 21. It's been a great few months for her, seeing her at Worlds finishing, 12th overall. As an alternate for Team USA.
Yeah,
Pretty-
21. Like how like
It's amazing.
yeah.
I think that, when you talk about some of these young, fast runners, you look at Kaylee Frederick, you look at Hans Troyer, who we saw last weekend at Black Canyon. You see some of these runners who are in their early to mid-20s who just have the runway is wide open
Right.
for them to do
Yeah.
amazing things. Yeah, Kaylee Frederick gonna probably come in about 1450 perhaps. So, truly impressive USATF 100-mile debut for Kaylee. Hopefully they throw a blanket on her right when she gets done. Those runners that are still in tank, you can see her in tank tops as she's passing people in parkas.
Right.
And wool beanies. Like everybody else around her has a parka on. Heading up the chute here.
You can hear her working.
Yeah.
She's pushing it. She wants to get that finish done.
It's moving fast. Kaylee Frederick, 14:49 and probably about 7
Awesome.
seconds. Second in the women's race. No.
8th overall.
She smiles. But yeah, you can see, she's there in a tank top and shorts while everybody else around her's in a parka. Get her a blanket, please. Being greeted by assistant race director Lee Thompson. Lee Robinson. What am I saying? I was like, what? Like, I knew it was wrong, but
Yeah,
I
you
just
could
had
catch
to-
it.
Yeah, Lee Robinson. Sorry, Lori. Sorry, Lee.
Kaylee has the look of, what did I just do?
Uh-huh.
Kind of in shock herself.
Kaylee finishing. Her time was 14:49.08. Jenny Arnson has a little over a loop to go, maybe about a 1.2 miles remaining. Looking at a finishing time maybe about 15:02, but has been picking up the pace substantially in recent laps. Keeping her mile paces down in the sub 9-minute mile pace, which is pretty fantastic for
Yeah.
being this late in the race. And again, not unlike our men's runner-up Scott Munson, Jenny with some decent results, but nothing really that would have indicated that she was capable of what she's done here
Yeah.
today. And again, that's not a strike against her. It's just
Nope.
that when you've seen and experienced as much 24-hour and 100-mile racing as you and I have, whether it be you actually competing or me just being a nerd and watching it all, like, like when I look at somebody's resume, I just didn't see what would tell me that Jenny is going to run a 15-hour 100 miler.
Yeah, it's hard to correlate, something that you're seeing results in, like maybe a trail race or something not quite as long as 100 miles that you're going to run at this great of a time.
And things get lost in translation sometimes when you're trying to assess, but at the same time, for comparison, this, if she finishes in, say, in any event, 15:02, 15:03, that would have been good enough for maybe the 6th or 7th fastest time by a woman in 2025.
Yeah.
It would have been, basically edging top 12 in 2024. And in 2023, it would have been a top 10 time
Top 10,
again.
yeah.
Top 6, perhaps. And as we mentioned, her resume was good, but this a sub 15 hour or a 15:05, let's say, for the sake of argument, only maybe a half dozen to a dozen women a year hit that number.
Right.
And just because we weren't expecting it, I don't want to take anything away from her, because she's moved so well. And I know that she had some fans in the chat talking about their support for her. But yeah, this was definitely not an outcome I expected.
Yeah. When I was doing some research on all of the runners, I was looking for specific things, either a 24-hour time or a 100-mile time that was, low. And I was basically pulling names that met those two criteria. And she was definitely not one that scrolling through her results, that I was like, okay, she's possible, 15-hour,
Yeah.
But that's, my short-sightedness, and sometimes you can't pick up on those things when you're looking at other results.
Yeah, her most recent 100-miler was 29:56.
Right.
This is half that.
Right.
Obviously, I'm not familiar with Copper King's 100-miler. It could be crazy hard. Who knows where it's. Well, it could be, like some crazy mountain race in Alaska or something like
Right.
that. But
And then we've seen, phenomenal mountain runners come down to Desert Solstice, and, they're not throwing down 11-hour 100-milers.
and they're suffering.
Right.
Yeah, for some people like Eder, it translated very well.
Right.
For some people like Jeff Browning, it does not translate
No.
very well. Sometimes a mountain runner, even though they've got that leg strength from doing huge things. Annie Hughes is another one.
Exactly.
Annie Hughes, when we saw her at Javelina a couple of years ago, you're talking somebody who, wins Cocodona, finishes top 5 at Hard Rock, and you kind of just expect, oh well, she comes to Javelina, she's going to be able to crush it, but she's just not used to running that fast. If I know that sounds kind of silly the way I phrased it, but that's just from our experience, we've seen it all. We've seen a lot.
Yeah.
Of course, you and I combined haven't seen as much as AJW has seen.
No.
Shout out to the grand old man of Mountain Outpost, Andy Jones Wilkins, who is off celebrating with his family his granddaughter's first birthday. He could not make it here with us, and we totally understand.
Yeah, I mean, David Laney was another perfect example of someone who primarily runs in the mountains, came down to Desert
Yeah.
Solstice, and I don't think he particularly had any intention of going past 100 miles, but after the race, he was like, 100 miles I was good after that. Like, I did not
and
want
he
to run anymore.
crushed that.
Yeah, he ran a 12:34 that year.
Yeah.
So, and it's a hard transition mentally going from running a distance to running a time. Your brain gets used to hitting a certain number and running for a time where it doesn't matter how fast or how slow, it's not going to go any faster. The time,
Yeah.
it's going to click off the same no matter what.
I mean, we're already off to a fast start to the year with Jackpot. It's going to throw all sorts of crazy numbers into the Ultra Running Magazine's top performances list.
Yeah. And this is going to be a chance to make the 24-hour team for next year. So we're going to Desert Solstice, I think, is going to be it's going to be another huge year for that race.
Yeah.
6 days in the dome, same thing. A lot of these track 24-hour races.
I mean, we are 6 weeks, 7 weeks into the new year. We've already got a new 24 or a new 100-mile world record. We have 2 women with sub 8-hour 100Ks.
Wow.
You know, we're just at the middle of February.
Yeah.
On the men's side, Raj Panu with yet another blistering 100-mile run. I mean, Rocky Raccoon is a pretty fast race course, and the win there was 14:38:37. You had 4 or 5 guys slide underneath that this year here at Jackpot.
Yeah, it seems like the past several years, there's a lot of talk about shoes being the contributing factor to a lot of these records going down. But it seems like everybody has fast shoes now. So is it the nutrition that's causing, these records to be broken? Is it
I
just
believe
the
so.
training in general? Everybody's got a better idea of what you need to do to break records and run fast?
Also, I don't know if the athletes are better necessarily or not, but I think that there's just more athletes coming into the sport.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the numbers at the starting lines of these races.
Right.
Like how many more people are doing it. It's just a natural byproduct of having, like Black Canyon 10 years ago, I believe had about 250 starters, and this for the 100K, and this year it had 1,500.
Yeah.
Not only are you going to have more people, you're going to have a handful more fast people as well.
Yeah, people who are not afraid to go out hard, and you have 10 people going out in the lead pack, and if 7 of them are the only ones that survive,
Yeah. But I mean, those attrition rates nowadays, like you just don't see the attrition.
Yeah.
I mean, like I can only think of one race in recent memory where all hell broke loose, and that was last year's Rocky Raccoon, and that was the craziest weather.
Oh, really? Okay.
You had freezing rain in the high country above 10,000 feet, and that
Wow.
entire race is above 10,000
Yeah.
feet. Jenny Arnson,
3rd female. Way to go.
our F3 here at the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championship. trying to grab an official time. It looks like it's just a shade over the 15-hour mark, maybe 15:01. Looks pretty good. Looks like she ran 100 miles, but not looking completely wrecked or anything. And again, as we were mentioning, finished very strong.
Yeah.
Seemed to get faster as the day went on. Rounding out our women. 21 qualifying runs. I mean, we mentioned, Janelle Starr, Camille Herron, Lauren Jones, Meg Eckert, Marissa Lysak, Allie Allen, Jenny Hoffman, Naringa Cowanite, Stella Springer, Pam Smith, Jenny Hoffman, Kaylee Frederick, Lena Haugberg, Colleen Drahos, Rachel Entrikin, Megan Smith, Sarah Funderburg. I mean, you could put together a heck of a women's team from that list. And Team USA did. And they did.
So it looks like Stella's going to be the next one to come in. She's about 3 miles out. Collect a sizable age group world record.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Stella has dropped off the pace a little, but her paces are still such that it looks like she is going to still, obtain and accomplish that world record for the 55 to 59 age group by a pretty big margin. We are here at the Jackpot Ultras, the USATF 100-mile championship, and our next finisher is going to be that individual right there, Stella Springer.
One more loop.
Of course, Jake, I did mention right before we went on the air because we heard somebody that sounded an awful lot like carbon-plated shoes outside the tent, and I said, "Oh, that might be her," and sure enough, it was. So the story with Stella is that she is not going to set a PR here at this race this year. She would have needed to finish now.
Yeah.
But more importantly, perhaps, she is now going to be a world record holder in the 55 to 59 age group women's 100-mile category. The only question is by how much? And we're talking a big number here. The previous world record in the 24-hour for the 55 to 59 was 16:54:18. And you can see by the clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, we have
She could take a nap if she wanted to and still beat it.
we have quite a long way to go to get to 16:54:18. As of right now, it looks like Stella is going to break the age group world record by, you're talking 80 plus minutes here at this point. Like, I knew it was going to be something ridiculous like this, Jake, going into this race. I was like, as long as Stella is able to stay on her feet, at the bare minimum, she was going to break the age group record by half an hour.
Yeah, she had told me before the race that 16 hours was what she was looking, at doing. And she said at mile 60, she'd be able to determine how she was feeling. And obviously she's been feeling well for most of the day.
And Stella's always been very conservative about her expectations.
Yes. She definitely downplays a lot of her goals and what she's accomplished.
Yeah, and in this case, what she's accomplished is looks like it's going to be a world record number, and it's going to be a pretty huge improvement on the prior world record. But at the same time, there's still some meat on the bone for her personally. Like, she could very well decide in a few months, well, you know what, I want to go for a PR, and a PR would establish a new world record.
Yeah, and she had told me, she didn't feel 100% coming off of Worlds just, 4 months ago. So, yeah, to have basically 5 years to better your own record,
Right?
that's a good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Stella, showing up at the Dome or at Desert Solstice later this year and going for, maybe, a low 15s, like shooting for 15-10, 15-15 or something like that, or
Right.
even lower. I mean,
Yeah.
as we saw today, Ashley Pollson improving her PR by well in excess of an hour en route to an overall women's world record. Of course, we were originally going to bring the top 3 men and women here at Jackpot, but given the nature and circumstance regarding Stella's performance, we felt it was important to stick around and share her record-setting performance. Congratulations to the podiums on both sides of the race so far. On the women's side, Ashley Pollson, again with a new world record for 12:19:34. Kaylee Frederick, the 21-year-old, finishing in second at a 14:49:08. Jenny Arnson with one of our breakout performances today, 15:01:20. On the men's side, Raj Panu winning his second USATF Track and Field Championship, setting a personal best with an 11:38:56, which is also the Jackpot Ultras course record at this point. Scott Munson, talk about a breakout performance.
Absolutely. Well, 2 of them,
Yeah.
both 100-mile PRs, him and coming in male third, Edher Ramirez,
Yeah.
both had PRs at AC 100. And they blew their PRs out of the water with today's runs.
Absolutely. Scott Munson with 13:37:03. And while it looked like Edher had a shot at running Scott down, Scott shut that one down pretty defiantly at about mile 96, 97. And Edher finished about 7.5 minutes back at 13:44:38. Very fast field. We mentioned Pete Castellnik finishing fourth, 13:57:21 with a PR. For him, despite his long, illustrious career, seems to only be getting faster at the, quote, shorter distances, like 100 miles. And Chad Lassiter, Jake, can you expand upon what Chad did today? I think that you've known him for a long time and are able to talk at greater length.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of done everything in the sport, stuff from Tour de France and Cocodona, and run on the 24-hour team a couple times now. And, yeah, had a big goal to set the age group record at, what is it, the 50 to
54.
54, and broke that record by quite a large margin too. But yeah, just looking at the results, we had 8 runners go under 15 hours.
That's
which
a
is
lot.
Not normal at this race. 2 of them female. One of them was a world record.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just all around fantastic day. We had really good weather all day. It was a little bit breezy. It was chilly, but great for the runners. I don't know. I think everybody's just getting faster these days.
And of course, Jake, as somebody who has been on the 24-hour national team multiple times, and a veteran of the Jackpot Ultras, being on the other side, we're grateful that you were here on the call with us. But frankly, I'm sure that you have been thinking to yourself over the course of the day, it's like, I need to get back on the other side of the announce desk and be out there running.
Yeah, it has been absolute pleasure being here, invited to come out and be a part of a race, be a part of Mountain Outpost, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed my time out here.
It's been long overdue, to be honest, Jake. Like, I thought for a long time that you would definitely have a lot of fun in a race such as this, where you have experience in the field and familiarity with the competitors. It's been absolutely great having you here as part of the Mountain Outpost team for this race, and I look forward to working with you again in the future. But the problem is I also like watching you run. So,
Yeah.
you know, I would like to see, you know, a lot more Jake Jackson running at races as well as Jake Jackson in the booth. So,
Yeah, well,
Well,
being here has definitely rekindled some interest in trying to get back into Desert Solstice and maybe take another stab at making another Worlds team. So, yeah, overall, positive experience being out here.
you know, getting back on that Worlds team is going to take, as we mentioned, you know, I was thinking 155, but I was talking with people far more versed than I. Like, for instance, I was talking with Nick Curry, and he genuinely thinks that 160 is the number that you're going to
Yeah.
have to hit to be on the U.S. 24-hour national team in 2027, at least on the men's side. But on the women's side, it might be like 152, 153. It's
You know,
getting to that point.
It's funny because in 2023, they were short team members, so they
Yep.
lowered their standard, and now we had this influx of having way too many, which is kind of strange.
Yeah. It's super impressive. Yeah, it's going to be, I think that, you know, it's been since 2019 it's been kind of a mixed bag for the US.
Yeah.
At the world level, both on the men's and women's side, but you know, I think given the opportunity, the team can definitely wake up and compete for a world title. Stella has crossed the far side, timing Matt 15:35:29, so about 2.5, 3 minutes ago. We expect her to be coming through here probably in the next 3 or so minutes. Looking at our system says 15:41:13 is the anticipated time, so about 3 minutes. And after Stella does cross the finish line, we are going to sign off for the 2026 Jackpot Ultras. And it's been a great time out here. Of course, if you're looking to cheer on the runners, they'll be out here tomorrow as well. The 48-hour, the 24-hour, the 50-miler, 100K, all
Yeah, a bunch of different races
be
going on
taking
tomorrow.
place. You know, shout out to Ken Rubely, who made a pledge as Ashley Pollson was getting closer to the world record, where he said if she said it, that he was pledging a $6,000 donation to charity to buy an adaptive, a wheelchair for adaptive athletics. And, you know, it's been all in all a really good, positive day.
Oh, yeah.
We've gotten to see some good people do some great things. You know, we've been able to cheer on a lot of athletes. The DNF rate was very low.
Very low. Yeah.
You know, one of them we kind of had a feeling like going into the race was going to be a thing, and you know, our friend Rory, seeing runners interact with you know, people who they have been following for a long time. I mean, you know, you see Andy Glaze getting the love. You saw Ann Trayson out there, you know, getting recognized by, you know, her running peers at this point out there. You know, truly a fun experience here at the Jackpot Ultras.
Yeah, and thanks for everybody for tuning in and leaving comments and asking questions about this format of ultra running. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of the live stream you see, the mountainous, you know, beautiful views, and, you know, a lot of it was just static cams and looking at the same backdrop for a lot of the race, but this is a side of ultra running that most people don't experience, and in my opinion, the fixed time racing is one of those entry points for a lot of people, because you just go out and run for a certain amount of time, and yeah, it's a lot of fun that you get to meet a lot of your competitors out there and make new friends, and it's a big community atmosphere, so it's really cool.
I can't tell you how many runners I've met whose entryway into doing 100 milers was doing a 48-hour race.
Right.
It's accessible. It's you know, something that you can kind of wrap your head around.
There's
There
Stella.
she is.
There's the finish.
Stella Springer, 11:41 and perhaps 2 seconds. Stella Springer establishing a new world record by a very healthy margin. The previous record, 16:54.18, and we're talking about 15:41. So, by any measure, you're talking about 73 minutes off of the previous world record.
That is impressive.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And we know Stella, and we know that in all likelihood, after she already said she's going to Bacchanal for dinner tomorrow. I think that's a wise choice.
Okay.
And come Monday, and letting things marinate in her mind a little bit, she's probably going to go about setting forth on figuring out how to improve upon that.
Yeah.
Like it's a continuous thing in people in this sport. Whether it be, Stella with an age group record, Kaylee Frederick, figuring out how to break 15 hours, or Jenny Arnson, with a breakthrough performance, in the women's race. Pete Castellnik continuously grinding away and breaking 14 hours for the first time. Raj Panu, I think at this point we kind of know that one day we're gonna either witness or hear about him like breaking 11 hours.
Absolutely.
In the 100-miler.
Yeah.
Well, Jake, it's been an absolute pleasure. I am so stoked to have you as a part of the Mountain Outpost team for this weekend, and looking forward to working with you in the future, as well as seeing you on these courses in the weeks and months to come.
Absolutely. I enjoyed our time together, Chris. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks to everybody behind the scenes, Connor Jorbin, our director, keeping things on the screen and in charge. Zach Marion, thank you very much. We are here at Mountain Outpost. Do we know what our next
Be announced shortly.
TIBA? So our next event is TIBA. Be paying attention for TIBA here on Mountain Outpost. That means I have no idea what it is either, so I'm kind of excited. And for Jake Jackson, for Zach Marion, for the rest of the team here at Mountain Outpost, thanks for tuning in to Jackpot, and we'll see you soon.